about 10, 15, 20 years. We're here to discuss some of the selected headlines in our local newspapers within the course of the week. First of all, I have Mohamed Kone. Mohamed Kone, well, apart from him being an executive member of SLAD, he works for the Standard Times and also Star Television and Radio. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Also in the studio is Melvin Tijan Mansari, a parliamentary correspondent. Well, someone who say probably a social and political commentator in a way. Welcome to the program, Melvin.
It's always good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Okay, now we are going to look at a few of the newspapers that came out within the course of the week. But firstly, there is a banner headline here which says, this one is from the Calabash newspaper, and it says, NATCA fines Africell and Orange for misapplication of 2022 acts, which has sparked controversy. Well, mobile money services, according to NATCA, did not got the required licensing and for them to operate mobile money services in the country, and for that, the two biggest or largest mobile operators in this country, Africell and Orange, they've been fined each 500 million leons. I mean the old leons. Well, the story continues, and it has also led to the Bank of Sierra Leone coming in, because for financial, services, that actually falls within the mandate of the Bank of Sierra Leone, because they are the bankers' bank. They are the ones who regulate, every financial institution in this country. But the story goes on. The reason I have here these gentlemen, we are expecting more of our colleagues to join us shortly. But first of all, let me start with you, Mohamed. Now, this NATCA, Africell, Orange saga, I think it has been going on now for weeks, and this fine has been levied. Now, let's just look, as journalists, let us look at, some of the issues around, the GSM operators and that of the regulatory body, which is NATCA, and now it has led to a fine. So how would you look at this particular development?
In the first place, we have to look at the laws that govern the operations of mobile company, and we also have to look at a particular section that deals with particular section of the law that deals with if any mobile company want to go into various different activities. So it's related to section 45, there is section 15, and there is section 14, which talks about if a mobile company wants to go into various activities, whether money transactions, whether data purchasing or whatsoever, you have to abide by those laws. But for quite some time, I find it strange. I find it very, very strange that for the past 5-6 years, these companies have been dealing with mobile money, and they've been doing their mobile money in a manner that most people are happy about doing mobile money with Africell, either Orange. And before this time, there was also another saga between the mobile companies and dealers, or we say purchasers, or we say retailers, who think that the mobile mobile companies, we are cheating them in a way that the profit margin that goes to retailers is so minimal that you don't even realize anything much. So it led at some point in time many of the retailers pulling out of the mobile money, which at some point in time constrained subscribers who had wanted to send money to their loved ones or family members who they are not staying with, or even doing transaction, because there are a lot of businesses that now do transaction using the mobile money. So I was beginning to ask, where was NATCA in all of this? Because they regulate. I mean, the Bank of Sierra Leone regulate money transaction or whatever, but when it comes to the law that regulates mobile companies in terms of transaction, and whether be it money transaction, be it data aspect or whatever, it has to do with NATCA. So where was NATCA? Because if mobile companies are violating laws, and all this while, where were they? Where were the laws? What were the laws doing? So these are the questions that I beg to ask. I think even NATCA has not explained to us properly as to the violations. Where did the mobile companies went wrong? Mind you, for all the mobile companies that are operating, I know they have registered their mobile money transaction all this while. That is why if you go to those companies, you find out that for Orange, the section that is dealing with mobile money is separate from the company's operation on daily basis. That is why their office is even different from where they operate from as compared to when you talk about the Orange offices. The same thing for Africell. If you go to Africell, where they deal with mobile money, it's like a complete different organization. It's like a complete different company that deals with mobile money. It's quite separate from the daily operations. That is why if you go there, they have their managers differently.
But
so basically, with all of those structures, I'm just saying, with all of those structures put in place, I'm not sure they've left NATCA in all of this.
But the question is, what has remained unclear here is that now, yes, even though probably you go to their premises or to their facilities, you see that they are operating separately. But the fact remains, they are still Orange.
No, it's the same company. No, what I'm saying is the same company, and that is why if you want to operate a mobile money in any aspect or whatever, you have to register that mobile money. So my question is, where was NATCA in all of this? I know we are finding it very difficult with mobile companies when it comes to data aspects, or some people even believe that on daily basis their credit have been stolen by these mobile companies, because when you buy 5,000 leons or 500 leons or 10 leon mobile data, in the twinkle of an eye, it's finished. I mean, it's happening all over the place. So even sometimes drop calls are dropped. You'll be saying hello, and the other person that you are talking to is not even hearing you. So these are all the challenges we are having.
For the purpose of this discussion, let us. I
know.
Let us talk around.
I'm just
this. What is now?
We are talking about the mobile money, the Orange money, and now they find them fine. I'm not sure this is the very first time those mobile companies have been fined. I know that companies that are operating here, they are here to make profit. They are not here as charity. They are here to make money, and most times they will go wrong because they will want to make their profit at all costs. I remember the last time a number of media practitioners were out on the streets or in their various media houses advocating for those mobile companies, because they were saying that we are now not making profit any longer as we used to make, so we have to put the cost of the data up. So all of this, even now in transacting in mobile money, the amount of money that they cut from all of the aspects from whatever transaction you make, it's a bit huge. So these are all the challenges we are having. So my question is, even if the fines are not coming, some people say it's huge, but it's not huge, because these companies are making huge amount of profit on daily basis.
But the thing is that you spoke about delays, and even the lawyers will tell you that delay defeats equity. One of the magazines in equity. But the thing is, let me go over to, because the thing is that we've been using or probably enjoying the services of mobile money, Orange money or Afri money for years now. So the question is, why now? Now, Melvin, what's your take on this? It has become a public debate. Why, Kone was just saying, why the delay? And now there is a fine for mobile companies, especially AfriCell and Orange Money, and the services they're providing, Orange Money or Afri Money, without having what is required. I mean, the licenses required for them to operate such services.
I don't think this is about law. This is not about justice. This is not about, in fact, effective service delivery. This is about economics. Because the banking sector has not been innovative that much, they've allowed mobile money service providers like Orange and AfriCell to, what I would call, curb them. The number of people that are having mobile money surpasses that of the number of people that are having bank accounts. Why? Because the banks, be they the central bank or other banks, they've not been innovative enough. Now, to buttress my point that this is about economics, what is the rationale of finding them? Are they saying what they are doing is illegal? Is that what they are saying? This is simply about them wanting commission or interest on the transactions that we make every day. And the brunt is going to be bared by the ordinary people. Do you think if we are having a situation wherein for every transaction, these companies have to pay the banks their commission, they have to pay other charges, it's not going to be having a rippling effect on the consumer? The answer there is it's obvious. So for me, I think what we need to do, even if you want to say they are making more than the banks, there should be a middle ground. But you cannot just say you find them. I wonder what their lawyers are doing. If I was a lawyer representing Orange or AfriCell, tell me what section of the Bank of Sierra Leone or the Banking Act they violated. Because provision of mobile banking service or mobile money service is a global phenomenon. It's happening all across the world. So for them to say they are fining them for what reason that is so what I would call ambiguous, it's quite irrational for me.
This has not come from the Bank of Sierra Leone. The Bank of Sierra Leone is the bankers' bank. It is the bank that regulates all financial services in this country, or financial aid institutions. This particular fine has not come from them. Rather, it has come from NATCA. So we don't know where the Bank of Sierra Leone stands. Although, discussions are underway, and people are insinuating that as long as it has to do with financial services, it must be in the know of the Bank of Sierra Leone. But the Bank of Sierra Leone itself has not come out or to say anything about this.
And that is the mismatch. NATCA hasn't got powers over financial service provision. Yes, the mobile companies are under them on the aspect of telecom, voice and data service provision. Fine. So I was expecting a concerted effort between this NATCA and that of the Bank of Sierra Leone. But what we've not seen is NATCA. In fact, NATCA, I don't know what they are up to. Sorry to say, they seem to be very insensitive, and I don't want to use another adjective for them. What they should be fining them for is not what they are doing. There is very ineffective data and voice service. That is what they should be fining these companies for, not for them providing effective service. I'll tell you, the mobile money service in Sierra Leone is more effective than the voice stroke data service that is being provided by these telcos. So why don't you focus on what you should be providing, which is telecommunication services, and you're now venturing into an uncharted territory, which is banking services? For me, that is an insensitive decision, and the lawyers for these companies, they must challenge them for them to come out with what provisions they violated. If not, they are setting a bad.
The question is, how is it that the Bank of Sierra Leone has not come out?
Let me just say this.
We are talking about financial service.
Exactly.
So
but the catch here is all mobile operations, be it financial, be it data or whatever, are regulated by NATCA. That's the first thing we should understand.
No.
That is
there's a distinction.
No, that is the first thing we should understand.
There is a distinction.
Just like in terms of operations of media houses, they are regulated by IMC. There's an aspect that is regulated by NATCA itself when it comes to Spectrum, Spectrum. But when it comes to overall operations of all media houses, they have been regulated by IMC. So it's the same for mobile companies. All their operations, be it money transaction, so there should that is why. Even if let's say SLBC license if SLBC license want to be seized, it has to be in tandem with what NATCA is doing. If IMC want to seize your SLBC's license, they have to do it in collaboration with NATCA. They will not just seize SLBC license. So I'm sure the same thing should happen in the case of this, because when it comes to regulating, it's NATCA. If the mobile companies have violated financial aspects, they should do it in tandem with the company. So, but the fine. But what I'm saying, the fine, the pronouncement of that fine is not going to come from BSL. It should come from NATCA.
I will tell you.
So we sitting here will not know what has happened in the background, whether they've collaborated or not. That's my position. So we don't know.
There are certain things
because the bank for me, BSS should have come out that we are never consulted in this aspect, and we are not sure these fines are whatsoever. But that's my position.
It's ridiculous, to say the least.
Okay,
very ridiculous.
It's now the Bank of Sierra Leone has come out, so it is like details are still sketchy.
Definitely.
In a way, because we are yet to know what is the role of the bank. Because now, according to the story I read, in this Calabash newspaper, the Bank of Sierra Leone, as the bankers' bank, as the institution that is responsible for regulating all financial services or institutions in this country, has not come out to say anything. And now NATCA has gone ahead and has fined Africell and Orange. So it is that they were fined because of providing financial services. Because yes, as much as yes, like you said, okay, fine. These are mobile companies and they are being regulated by NATCA. But here now, we are talking about provision of financial services.
Let me just state the point that the provision, there is what is called, in fact, recently the Bank of Sierra Leone has got a section or a department for fintechs, financial technology. Financial technology is different from telecommunication technology. Let's understand that. Those who regulate financial technologies, fintechs, they can be mobile money app, they can be mobile money service providers. They all fall under fintech. In fact, there is a fund at the Bank of Sierra Leone for startups in fintech. It is no business of NATCA to venture into financial service provided by whosoever. I can agree with my brother, because they are providing telecommunication services. There is a BRE. But what they should be... In fact, this is a misplaced decision.
So that is why laws have to be clear.
Let me land, my brother. Except they tell me what provision in the NATCA Act these companies are violated in providing mobile services, which they've not have the guts to even say is abhorrent or is illegal. Where are they coming from? It's ridiculous. They want to just add to the sufferings of Sierra Leoneans, because these banks, they are not everywhere. But mobile money, be it Afri money or Holland money, is everywhere in this country. So are we saying they are going to stop that? Shekul, I was in Parliament when this conversation was first initiated, and I preempted the committee. The chairman was not pleased with me, and members were not pleased. I said the end game of this was they want to add additional tax on mobile money transaction, which means at the end of this conversation, what we'll be having is that if you want to send, for example, 50 loans, if the telcos, they've deducted, for example, 5 loans, Bank of Sierra Leone will be coming out to say, you another additional 5 loans, which is 10 loans. So by the end of the day, if you want to transact 50 loans, you'll be left with just transacting either 35 or 38 loans. What does that mean? It's just widening the poverty gap. It is stifling business. It is stifling the financial market. And for me, I will only agree if there is a need for harmonizing of the NATCA Act and the Bank of Sierra Leone Act to accommodate fintech, which is an emerging sector. But for them to come and tell us that, what is the fine for? Is it a crime for them to be operating? On what basis? That's why I'm saying, if I was a lawyer, if I were the lawyers of Africell and Orange, we'll take this to the courts and for them to come out with clear provisions that they violated, because you are allowing, you've not said, oh, it's wrong for you to be providing financial service, but you're now coming with fine. Instead of them fining them for poor quality of the network, instead of them fining them for poor quality of data service, they are fining them for things that they are doing their best in providing services, which is money. I have said it, I will continue to say, Orange Money and Africell Money is more effective than their voice and data services. And NATCA should be preoccupied in making sure that they improve those services, instead of them attempting now to cause what I would call an encumbrance for the ordinary people who are enjoying these services.
Okay, now, Colin, now, Melvin argues that NATCA, should be more or less, focusing on ensuring that the mobile or the GSM operators provide quality services in terms of network, because now there is this talk about drop calls, delay calls, as the case may be. So now, do you think this is the kind of diverting people's attention from what should be the real discourse to this mobile, Orange Money or African Money?
To a large extent, I agree with Melvin on the point that we've been battling with drop calls, delay calls for quite a time now, for quite a while now. And even when you want to, before this time, NATCA came out and telling us that whether it is cross call or cross managed calls, all the costs are the same. But I'll tell you, it's still no. Because if I make a cross call from Orange to Africell and I check my data, it tells you that more data is going when I make cross call rather than when I make calls from Orange to Orange, or when I make call from Africell to Africell. So we've also been battling with sometimes if you want to make a cross call from Orange to that of QCell, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to do that kind of thing, which I believe is something that NATCA should have concentrated on quite a while before this time, even before this aspect of mobile money. I know before this time, in terms of profit sharing, was again another big challenge between NATCA and that of the mobile companies, because whatever amount they are making on mobile money transaction, it will interest you that it is not the laws that we are having before this time, before the formation of NATCA. There were no laws in the NATCOM, in the former NATCOM Act, that says that mobile companies that are operating on mobile money should share costs or share profit with NATCA. So all of this has come into play. So they are still battling as to how much should go to NATCA or go to Bank of Sierra Leone, and what should go to the mobile companies when they make money on this. For me, it's the law that we have to look at. We know that sometimes we make laws, we make hasty laws, we make laws forgetting that there are emerging issues. So it's now time that we have a clear law. We have a clear law that spells out, that speaks out as to mobile companies that are doing mobile money, what should be their role, and what should be the role.
Let me just give you an excerpt. In the Calabash newspaper, an excerpt of the story here, and this one says, according to sources within NATCA, the fines are being levied due to the operators' alleged deliberate contravention of the 2022 Act. It was further learned that in a letter addressed to the companies, NATCA warned of severe consequences for further non-compliance, stating failure to comply with the National Communications Act of 2022. This is the position of
What I would say, there are provisions in the NATCA Act, which I'm not sure the paper actually dealt with. There's section 45. There's also section
that says what?
There's also section 14 in regulation of mobile operators on mobile money. But it is not explicit. So this is what I'm saying. It is not. I mean, sometimes they are ambiguous laws which do not explain actually what to do. So these are the problems that we are having.
I wish to beseech our viewers, because it seems as if we are straining, we are constrained, because NATCA itself is not giving us specific reference to what provisions, in as much as we can go through, but we don't have time. But let me just quickly advise NATCA what they should be focusing on. NATCA focus on how the computation is done on the tariff charges. That's your mandate. It falls within your purview. NATCA, they should be focusing on the tariff. NATCA should be focusing on compensation for poor quality of service. When somebody buys, for example, 1 week data, and that person is only able to use 5 days, what happens? When somebody's call is dropped, what happens? It's provided for in the same act that they are boasting now. When they want to stifle people and free transaction, it's there. What should be done when these service providers don't meet up to their expectation? That they are not talking about. To compensating airtime, free airtime, they are talking about that. That's what they are talking about. Now, NATCA should be preoccupied with the management of the gateway, which is almost a monopoly. I was in parliament when those that are managing the fiber optic versus those that are hiring services, they were all there, and there is this huge disagreement in which there is other company now that is saying they can provide data for cheaper cost. We know that, and so you said the law. I agree with you that the laws must be harmonious. However, in reviewing the laws, you must look at the time and the circumstances. The law must not be blind to the fact that our banks and the banking sector in Sierra Leone has failed to innovate, has failed to capture the market, has failed to reach out to my relatives in Kurubola, at Stihu, and elsewhere. The only financial service providers these people know is mobile money operators. So if you are coming with a law, any law that says these people should not operate, Sierra Leoneans, we should speak out and call that law out, because at the end of the day, it's killing the business sector, it's affecting the ordinary lives of people. So NATCA, let them do their own work first. I know that might be there should be provisions in their acts, but those are very secondary.
In other words, you're saying that every law, or a law proposed or introduced should be people-centered.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day,
looking at the reality.
The reality on the ground.
Oh, okay.
If you want to compel people to go to the banks and use banking services, when you have villages that are yet to get one bank, what are you doing? You are stifling business. And NATCA, it's not their business to manage finance. Financial management does not fall within their remit. Yes, the companies they regulate are providing these services. That does not make them banking service providers or financial service. NATCA, that is not in their domain. Let them focus on quality of service, of voice call, quality of... In fact, Sheku, we have places in this country that are still suffering for network coverage. We are still talking about 2G, 3G. Others are boasting about 4G, while other countries are talking about 5G. NATCA should be talking about those things. We are still having challenges with mobile companies not allowing other companies to co-locate with them when it comes to this mast. They are not talking about that. NATCA is they are provoking trouble for themselves, because at the end of the day, the number of customers that are using mobile money cannot be compared to the number of customers that are using traditional banking services.
All right, okay, thank you so much. He is Melvin Tijan Mansari, a parliamentary correspondent, a social and also a political analyst. Well, you've just also heard from Mohamed Kone from Standard Times, and also Star Radio and Television. And the program you are watching or listening to on SMBC Radio and Television is Inside the Media, the program that reviews, major stories in our local tabloids. Well, we just discussed, the NATCA, AfriMoney and Orange Money saga, which is still ongoing. We go for a very short break and we'll be right back.
Bad things are blown out proportion and spread all around. But the good things of the island they will never mention. They trying their best to stop our progress with bad propaganda. I mean the foreign press. Bad things are blown out proportion and spread all around. But the good things of the island they will never mention. They trying their best to stop our progress with bad propaganda. I mean the foreign press. Bad things are blown out proportion and spread all around. But the good things of the island they will never mention. They trying their best to stop our progress with bad propaganda. I mean the foreign press. Bad things are blown out proportion and spread all around. But the good things of the island they will never mention.
We are back, and the program you're still watching or listening to on SLBC television and radio is Inside the Media, the program that reviews major stories in our local towns. Now, we've done with the NATSCA, April Money, and Orange Money saga. We'll now go on, we'll now move on to Standard Times. And Standard Times says, as you can see, 71-day strike notice.
21.
SLTU speaks tough. Well,
21.
21 days. 21 day strike notice. I'm sorry. It is 21 day. Well, this has to do with delays in the payment of school subsidies. Now, Kone, I know you know this story best because it is coming from you. Now, tell us school subsidies. It has been, like, for example, the person I'm seeing here is the secretary for SLTU in the western region, Fully Kuyate. And this is not the first time they are threatening to take a job action. What makes this one even serious?
Well, basically, sometimes this is the only language that government hears. It's the only language that most times government will listen to, especially when schools are closed, when they are about to open, or when schools are open in maybe the very first term, or when exams are coming closer. That's the only time government will listen to some of those messages, because you have schools that will be going for almost first term and second term without having their subsidies. Although then government will argue that some of these schools have not submitted their reports, they've not submitted the utilization of the first tranche, the first term school fees or whatsoever. So SLT will come out with a statement that government, if you're not transferring this money to schools, then we'll tell our teachers to hold their services. So this is normal. It's not the very first time the SLTU is issuing them. I remember, I think even last year, the last academic year, similar thing also happened. So it's only the language that government listen to. When the teachers say that they will go on strike action, that's the only language government will listen to, and they will now find ways and means to send their money. The only thing, when those monies are transferred to schools, that's the end of it. We don't hear anything again.
But there's also, the authorities, in the Ministry of Finance and also the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary School Education. There are times they are saying that accountability. There are issues around accountability.
Yes, I agree with you, because let me tell you, Sheku, I've covered aspect of education for quite some time. Even schools, I've done a lot of stories when it comes to schools operations or whatsoever. I will tell you that if the schools send maybe they have a total of 500 pupils. The next academic year, you will hear them talking about 700, some even 1,000. It's jumped. So this is another challenge also again for government. So even if your school is I mean, we know that more kids are not going to school, but that jump from 500 to 700 to 1,000 is too much. so basically, these are all aspects we have to pay. So sometimes it constrains government, because government know that this school is having 500, so I have to pay for 500 students. But next academic year, that 500 has jumped to 700 to 800. It can be difficult on government, because government has already put a budget together.
So
the aspect of accountability.
If the increase is from 200 to 500.
So again, it begs to ask. It begs to ask,
because
we have inspectors of schools who are now called quality assurance officers. They now call them quality assurance officers. What are they doing? Because sometimes they have to monitor these schools to know the amount of pupils that are going to those schools. We know that we have more pupils that want to go to school, which the government itself is now bluffing with that we have more kids now in school than before this time. But if you are also bluffing that you have more kids in school, the schools are also helping you to have that more kids. So it's as simple.
The question is, if there is this exponential, increase, then questions, people will start asking questions. Why? From 200 to 500, to 500 to 600, 800, as the case may be. Yes, there is there's this enrollment in school has increased, significantly. But if it is to increase from 200 to 500, then I think questions should be asked. Yes, Melvin.
It speaks to the fact that the government count the costs before rolling out the free quality education. Because at the end of the day, it seems as if the free nature of the education sector is having a toll or a rippling effect on the availability of funds. Is it that the funds are not available? And mind you, this is a government that prides itself in using over 20% of the GDP on investments on education. So you ask yourself, where is that money going? For the fact that it's almost September, this is October, 2 months now, schools have reopened, and we are talking about schools not receiving their subsidies, then whose duty is that? And this has been a perennial problem. It has been perennial for the fact that if the teachers don't have the wherewithal to do their job, they cannot deliver. But again, the SLT, what's their role there? I think for me, as a trade unionist group or a pressure group or whatever you call it, a labor union, the SLTU should be more concerned about the conditions of service of its teachers per se. Because at the end of the day, they are only providing services on behalf of the government. So it should not be entirely in their place to say, because we are not being given our subsidies, we are going to withhold services. Because at the end of the day, if they are receiving their salaries, then the number of experts, they will forget the vex. I think the parents should be the ones that should be more concerned, because at the end of the day, if there is no chalk in the classroom, the teacher will not teach. But at the end of the day, the teacher will be receiving his or her salary. But the students and the parents are they are paying the price, the ultimate price of not benefiting from the educational service. So for me, SLTU, their role there is important, but the priority there, the 21 days notice is not something new. We hope that will be salvaged before time, because it's a slap on the face of the government. A government under whose reign we've seen the world best minister of education, David Senge, at some point. Now we're having Conrad Saki. Yes, there have been some radical revolutionizing of the education sector, but that is not to say all things are bright and beautiful. And thus, yes, the Ministry of Finance comes to the fore, because they are dealing with the purse of the states, and now comes, mind you, Parliament allocated a certain amount of budget to that ministry. How comes that budget is not disbursed on time? So it goes to not only the Ministry of Finance, but the NRA, revenue, domestic revenue mobilization. Is the government cutting its coats according to its size? I don't think so. The government is having some kind of what I would call fabulous expenditure on things that I think should be curtailed. For example, on traveling. If you estimate the amount of money that is spent by this government on traveling, that amount of money can build schools or hospitals. So I think prioritizing the priorities right is what is missing here. And again, that element of freeness, the free education is not free. We will not agree.
Now the thing is that they just said that if the kids are going to school and there is no chalk, for the teachers to write on the blackboard, then it should be the concern of the parents and the pupils. But the thing is that if you do what you love and you love what you do as a teacher, you want to see pupils come to class, they are taught, they sit to their exams, they are promoted. But if you just come to school and then at the end of the month you receive your salary, that will not give you job satisfaction.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
that will not give you job satisfaction.
You cannot use that to threaten that you are going to withhold your service. That's why there is what is called school management committees comprising of all sectors, not just the teachers. If this was coming from SMEs or a council of SMEs, I will agree. But that teacher hasn't got anything to lose. Nothing. Because at the end of the month, he or she receives I will agree, it's passion, commitment to job, effectiveness and service delivery. I will agree. But for them to advance to the point of saying that if you don't give us our subsidies when they have been paid salaries, to say we are going to withhold our services, I beg to differ with them. That should be coming from the direct what I will call affected persons, who are parents, of course, the learners, and the government ultimately. But I don't think the SLTU should be doing that. The CTAs should be doing that, not the SLTU.
Why it is important for the schools, all the teachers or the head teachers to call for that kind of strike because they are not receiving salaries, and it's the simple fact that these monies that goes to schools as school subsidies are monies they used to collect before this time as school fees. As school fees and running the school. If you have to provide water for that school, it comes from this subsidy. If you have to make benches for the student, it is coming from these subsidies. If you have to provide electricity for the schools, it is coming from those subsidies. So if there are delays in those subsidies, no, I'm just making a point. If there are delays for those subsidies, it means the schools will not be able to run, even though the teacher are receiving their salary at the end of the month. But if you go to school, if that teacher go to school, there is no water in that school, which that teacher has to use, and at the same time, the students also have to use. There is no water. It will not be a conducive school.
Are you suggesting that subsidy is the only source of revenue of these schools?
No, I'm not saying it's the bulk of what the schools are using. The bulk of what the schools are using comes from subsidy. I know the schools are also using. They are also using PTA or admission to collect money. But and now, for me, I sympathize with government for a whole. And the schools are not even they are not even supposed to complain for the simple fact that before this time they were running after students. Some students at the end of the year, they will not even pay school fees. Some students will go to another school. But now, if you have 500 students in your school, the money comes in bulk. So I mean, you have that leverage to use it conveniently because it's now coming bulk. So schools should not be complaining. Though the delay, but then they should not be complaining in so for me, I'm only saying, yes, they have the right to call on government that we want our subsidies because these subsidies are being used to prepare benches, to renovate benches, to renovate schools, to renovate to even print report cards. All of those. They form part of that school subsidy. And I know some schools are even using this delay to extort money from parents. Because they call a PTA meeting that government will subsidy to one for going into sports. So parents, we are charging your children 5,000 per child or 10,000 per child. Or we want to print report cards, but government has not given. But when the subsidy comes, they will not return the money any longer. So for me, I mean, this it's all a catch. So government should be. That is why.
But the bottom line here is that the schools have to run.
Definitely.
Because
definitely.
Like you've just alluded to. We have the subsidies. How can you ensure water and sanitation? Because sun is very important in these schools. You are dealing with children, and they are using the toilets. They need water, and also we want to prevent diseases. So what is very important. And
I know there are also schools who have projects, who have Watson projects supported by UNICEF. There are a lot of other government subvented schools that have those projects. You also have other agencies that are also providing those kind of services in most schools. Not all schools, but there are a lot of other schools that are having those projects in their schools. And so what government is providing is just addition. Like Melvin was saying, at the end of the day, they collect admission fees, they collect other extramural fees, which, I mean, what they do with it, what they don't do with it, we don't even know. That is why when you talk about accountability, I mean, it should be clear. Some of those schools, even the subsidy that goes to them, to explain how they use the subsidy is difficult. Because if you use them appropriately, you know how to explain.
Colin, now that the Minister of Finance, they are saying that they need
the reports.
Returns.
They need returns as to how. So some schools, because if you don't use it properly, it will be difficult for you to account for them.
And it speaks to the fact that government must understand that there's a difference between governance and politics. And unfortunately for this government, they politicize education, not negatively per se. They use it as a political trump card that we are going to provide free quality education, which in earnest, we are seeing by virtue of the physical facts, it's not possible. Government cannot provide free and quality education at the same time. So it goes to the heart of the conversation, accountability and proper management. How comes private schools are thriving without no subsidies, and yet still some government schools cannot compete? How comes? It's all about management. And wherein you have proper management, monitoring and supervision structures in place, it's possible for schools to operate themselves. That is just the reality. Well, you have a government now that said, we are providing free quality education, although many of the government operatives, their kids are not going to government schools. You ask yourself why? Because there is a missing element on the quality. So they prefer to send their kids to these very expensive schools for the quality that they are having. And these schools don't even have...
But now, Melvin, you're saying that these private schools are being, they are effective, they are efficient in terms of management, of, the day-to-day running. But you've also come to the point that these schools are very expensive. And Antifa too, at a Congo market,
or be able to send
Father Ibrahim at Krovola or
his or her child to that kind of school,
or where we are cannot afford to pay. That is just the fact. And because of money, now there is no way you can be effective or efficient in running a particular an institution without money, without finance. That is just the fact. So some of these schools, because they are not having enough resources, that also is limiting their operations, their effective and efficient, operations, and that is just that.
I agree that this is not to say the free quality education has not yielded some positive results, but the fact remains, education cannot be free. That is just the bottom line. On the side of the state, on the side of the individual, education. There is this quotation that says, if you think education is expensive, then try ignorance. So the bottom line remains, because the issue of education has been politicized to say, it should not cost something, people now have the notion that education is free. And in earnest, some of us that are having our kids in government school, we know it's not free. So why not allow these schools to operate themselves properly at minimal cost, with high quality, than say we are providing you money which is not timely, which is rendering the services ineffective, and yet still you are saying free quality education. So that is the mismatch. They use the phraseology free, when in earnest the financial burden on the government is huge, and there are competing priorities for the states. So why not say we are bringing what I would call, I think the free quality education should be changed. That name, free quality, it should be called cost recovery education. That is understandable, but to say free quality, wow, there is nothing like free in our education system. There is nothing like Well, I would say there is particularity for some individual students, like my school, St. Edwards, in which we bag several A's. Unlike yours, academy.
We are still a government school.
Of course, and we're proud of that because of proper management.
But the thing is, no, that's still a government school.
Yeah, it's a government school.
But yet they are doing extremely well.
Why? Because of management.
You know what? Melvin has just done. Melvin, he wanted to intimidate me. But
No. You are the one hater.
But at the same time, it is good.
Is it true that your blazer was having an issue?
That is not what we are here for.
It's part of education now.
We are not here for
2 million for the blazer.
We are not here for the blazer.
It's part of education.
No, it's not. But I'm happy about one has to be proud of one's alma mater.
That's on our side, of course.
The reason we are here now, we are discussing because we went to school. Otherwise, we would have been somewhere else. But the thing is that there's a saying about lizard, about fell from the ego coating, will always praise itself if no one else does. So there is nothing wrong with Melvin praising the St. Edwards.
And it's more justifiable with the A's.
With the A's, yes. Well, congratulations on your A's.
Thank you very much.
I have A's with both schools.
Thank you.
But then, I think we have to discuss that, probably in a few minutes.
Yeah.
We saw this girl, from
a private school.
Topping the NICOM. Also.
Yeah.
And then now this bar boy from St. Edwards, bagging the second position. I think it is good, but the government schools are also now competing.
We're stepping up
with the private schools.
Definitely.
Before this time, you hear about
international Lebanese,
Providence. But now it's St. Edwards.
And there's also another student from the Kenema Government Secondary School that also got I think our 3 A's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What about Bo School?
Yeah.
Bo School.
No, I don't know. I don't know
But
another student from Kenema. So it tells you that the government schools are coming up. No, what we are saying, it just tells you that
of course.
government schools are now coming up.
And it's good that
if a school in Kenema that used to have this much performance is now coming up, then it tells you that the government schools are coming up.
And that is good because I think what Edwards has done and many other schools in the government sector have also. I remember Academy the year that we sat they had 8 or 9 A's some years ago.
Well, don't forget, in addendum to what problem, let me just tell you, Academy got the best result in the entire West Africa. That's here you are talking
Of course, but schools like Gamma School also are used to be doing it before Academy. But now Gamma School is no longer a government school according to
Gamma School is not a private school.
It's not a private school.
But the thing is that since Academy, got that accolade, got that very mighty accolade in the entire West Africa. No school in Sierra Leone has done that.
Okay, I mean, we give credit where it's due. Academy
is still the defending.
So we are not discussing Academy and
No, we are talking about education generally.
As I say, I have history with both schools.
Okay. Now, I think this is good for government schools. It shows that, it's not about the school that you attended. It's about your individual effort in tandem with that of your parents and that of the management of your school. You can still go to Ayatollah and still be a productive citizen. It's about your output. It's about going through the system and not allowing the system to go through you.
This is a typical example.
Yeah.
I went to the Bush Grammar School in my village. I started school there, and I ended up in.
Which one is that? The Bush Grammar School.
The AXI.
The
AXI school.
Yes,
Roman Catholic. And I ended up here at Government Secondary Technical School.
Yeah. So here am I. So it's not about this.
So now, it's now the financial secretary of Sludge. Yeah. And during his tenure as financial secretary, they've benefited from government subvention.
Yeah, definitely.
During his tenure.
Definitely.
So now, let us move on to, as time is running fast, let us now move to another newspaper, and this is the Africa 24. In 2028, Mohamed Bangura to lead PDP, the People's Democratic Party. Well, before going further, just a week ago or so, the chairman or leader of that party Prince Koka, who happens also to be the chairman for APA, that is the All Political Parties Association, actually died in a road accident, and may his soul rest in peace. Now, this is Mohamed Bangura. It has been confirmed by party officials that he intends leading the party into the 2028 elections. Yes, Colette?
Well, me sitting here, when you look at that story and when you read that story, what comes to your mind, you begin to ask yourself if Mohamed Bangura, sorry to use this word, with all due respect to him, if he's a very serious politician. Most people have been asking those kind of questions, and whether he's a very serious politician. If you look at his political history, if you look at Mohamed Bangura's political history, from PMDC to APC, from PMDC to to another, this same UDM to APC. I mean, again, he has fallen out with the APC. Say whatever you may, but Mohamed Bangura has fallen out with the APC. So he's now finding another. He's still a young man. I'm sure that's why, because he still needs to be in politics to survive, and so the only way to stay relevant is when maybe he goes to PDP, People's Democratic Party, which was the party that we used to call the Sobe. I mean. He's somehow related to
the party of
Temu Bangura.
Salon Trump.
No, but this party was established by Temu Bangura.
Yes, we know.
Yeah, by Temu Bangura. This party has survived since 1996.
In fact,
survived.
a lot of things. Probably some Sardinians, who've forgotten. This party was the party that came third
in 1996. Yeah, I know.
They became the Kingsmaker.
The Kingsmaker. That was why Temu Bangura was made Minister of Finance at that time. Yes. I still remember. I still quite remember. Okay. Mohamed Bangura wants to stay relevant. With all due respect to him, because I know that coming 2028 elections, it will be difficult for his name to be on the ballot paper for APC. On the list of APC candidates, it will be difficult, except otherwise, but it will be difficult, and it will also be difficult again where he is contesting to have his name on the list of candidates for if he may want to join the SLDP, to be on that list. It will be difficult also for him. Even if his name is on the list, for him to come to parliament, it will also be difficult. But again, going to PDP will not guarantee him a seat in parliament.
Okay.
Looking at the political culture of this country. But he wants to stay relevant, and the only way to stay relevant is when you lead a political party. Maybe he will have some leverage to have some consultation or some negotiation with the big political guys. That is, I know he's looking for that kind of leverage.
All right, okay, Melvin. Mohamed Bangura leading a PDP Sobe in 2028.
Well, I will wait and see. But looking at the personality himself, you cannot take it away from him. Mohamed Bangura has been a household name in recent for the last 3 general elections. And if you predate his political history, he came from PMDC, he formed the UDM, and he later metamorphosed into the APC, and now he's almost exiting. Why? Because, mind you, he's under suspension still by the APC for what was described as anti-party activity when he subscribed the oath, when APC MPs were saying that they are not going to participate in governance. And Mohamed Bangura was the only non-conformist rebel politician or rebel lawmaker who stepped up and took that radical decision. And at the end of the day, though you will say it was followed again by Honorable Thompson, and later there was this agreement and APC returned, but ultimately, who won? His position on returning or subscribing the oath was justified, because we saw the APC eventually, in as much as all of the recommendations, even when its appetite never addressed the bottom line issue of flawed election, they returned to parliament. But what what's different between the APC and Mohamed Bangura? He received salary for the 3 months that those who boycotted, they never, and it's part of the agreement on national unity that those money should be paid to them. Mohamed Bangura has received this, and guess what? Personally, Mohamed Bangura is antagonizing positions. In fact, he's the only lawmaker in the Sierra Leone Parliament in under one session that has represented in the ECOWAS Parliament and the Pan-African Parliament. There is no other lawmaker in the history of Sierra Leone Parliament. So it should be watched. But on the bigger picture, with that of the PDP, if he wants to lead the PDP, my question to him, when is he going to be resigning from the SLPP, from the APC, from the APC? Because he's currently only a portfolio. He's the chairman of Foreign Relations Committee in the Parliament of Sierra Leone, and he's represented in that position as a member of the APC. And now there is word going around that he's intending to go over to the PDP. Then you'll beg, when will he be resigning from the APC? That's one. Then you ask yourself politically, as a political thinker, what's the status of PDP party in the last elections? Their performance has been very abysmal. They are almost, I will tell you, if they are not yet dead, they are on the verge, they are on their life support. So the question will be, will Mohamed Bangura resuscitate them?
Now, Melvin, even before this publication, you know, Mohamed Bangura to lead PDP. Yeah. In fact, what was going on was that, you know, Mohamed Bangura to revive PDP. You know,
what I was saying, the PDP is in need of resuscitating. And is Mohamed Bangura the right man to resuscitate the PDP? I would say yes, for the fact that if you look at the ethnocentrism in Sierra Leone politics, Mohamed Bangura is fitting in that light. If you look at the regional consideration of Salone politics, Mohamed Bangura should be fitting. And don't forget, he is a relative to the late Semu Bangura. So whether the PDP is on the verge of becoming a family property under the probable leadership of Honorable Mohamed Bangura, it's a matter of wait and see. But the bigger picture there is, let's not forget, it's not for him to be the president. Okay. But I would suspect it's for PDP to emerge as the third force. Mind you, for now, this party, the ND, is it that the NDA, the party that came third in the 2023 election, the SO2 Fuller party, yes, they came third, right? Yes. So, in the absence of a third force, mind you, there is no third force in the House of Lords, in Parliament at the moment. The only third force back then was NGC, who are now fighting over their marriage, whether they should divorce or should separate with the SLPP, and that of C4C, who are now dead and they have now transformed into SLPP. So perhaps, without underestimating, Mohamed Bangura is going to be the next third force. But it's a matter of let's wait and see. But in terms of political exposure, you cannot take it away. And if you understand him personally, I don't think Mohamed Bangura needs saloon politics for him to lead. So he's already rich. He is already a rich man. If you go to his club, he's having one of the biggest clubs in the Eastern. And it's a booming club. So just with his business, he's well off. But what is there, I think what we need from Mohamed Bangura, will it be a formidable third force? Because NGC, they're also under life support. C4C, they are dead. I don't know about the other political parties. So perhaps Mohamed Bangura is going to be the third force in which, where there is bitter division between APC and SLPP, he will come in and stand the middle ground.
So where does PMDC stand in all of these?
PMDC, they need to either merge into one of these political parties, either they merge with the APC for 2028 or form an alliance. I know they will not form an alliance with the SLPP because they should have learned their lesson from NGC. We are now seeing the suspension.
What will be the significance?
It will
because the thing is that, you know, in multi-party democracy, it has to do with numbers. Democracy is a number game. So if you don't have the following, you know, your presence in a particular coalition will not mean anything. You cannot have the following, but you can be a kingmaker. Okay. So that is the significance. To say there is no need for a third force, I will tell you, had there been an effective C4C, had there been an effective NGC? Let me make it very clear. Yeah. What I'm saying is that we spoke about the PMDC. Yeah. I know that when the PMDC emerged after the 2005 SLP convention in Makini, you know, those who were not pleased with the outcome of that convention decided to go from PMDC. They followed Charles Magai, and in their first attempt, they got 10 seats. Yeah, 10 seats. That is in 2007 or so. And in the subsequent elections, they not even got. They not
even a councillorship seat.
They didn't even get, you know, a seat. From 10 to nothing, you know, and so we saw what happened. So the thing is that third forces, you know, have not survived in the country's political space.
And why?
Years.
And we need to understand why. Because the two giant political parties, the APC and SLPP, will always use political gerrymandering to kill them. See how they kill Kande Junckela's NGC. See how they've killed C4C. This is not in their own making. And mind you, you need to also track where these third forces are coming. They are coming from the grapevine philosophy that, oh, we are not awarded the symbol, we are not treated fairly, so let's form a party. And that's going to be the threat if Mohamed Bangura becomes the leader of the PDP. Why?
Okay.
He will be pulling forces from those that will be disaggrieved as to how Banabio will be handling his exit strategy, whether he wants to impose somebody or not. Those that will be agreeing whether there is electoral justice in the APC or not. All of these disaffectionate forces will want to have a voice, and that voice is always found in a third force. Right. That is not to say their longevity is always not going to be questioned, but they should not be underestimated.
So as we're about to go now, quickly, let us just discuss this one quickly, probably in a few minutes. About this emergency parliamentary sitting, you know, to discuss the MCC. Probably it has to do with the ratification of the MCC. I mean, $480 million United States dollars at stake, and it's going to be on Tuesday. And this meeting has been summoned, you know, by no less a person than the president, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much again underneath this emergency parliamentary meeting that have been called. One, it has to do with the MCC. We know the MCC grant, government has signed up to the MCC grant, which will be coming shortly. It will help in the energy sector and do reforms, electoral reforms or whatsoever. But also in the emergency parliamentary meeting that has been called, there are a list line of activities that will come up. We also sitting here. I don't know, or some part of the media and that of civil society are also suspecting that the aspect of Lara Taylor Pierce will also come up during this emergency meeting.
Okay.
Or we are waiting. We are waiting to see. Mind you, the discussion around the ratification of the MCC, that's fine. That's well and fine. I mean, there's no way we could take that away because it has to be ratified because it's something good for this country. But also there are also other aspects of that emergency parliamentary sitting that we are still not clear about. What are the other activities that will follow? There's sort of Lara Taylor Pierce, which aspect is still being shelved. There are also other activities that will also come up. But wait and see. Let's see what will be. Melvin and others, I know their ears are on the ground because they are in parliament. Their ears are on the ground to see what will come up this emergency sitting. I know the MCC is the bigger picture that they are presenting to us, but there are also other things that are underneath.
All right, okay, Melvin.
I wholly hope, I'm not a doomsayer, I wholly hope that the number one, the chief executive officer, who is also a player and a referee, because he is by virtue a member of parliament.
He's the chief parliament.
That's what I'm saying. Section 73 and Section 86. Is that helping our democracy? Is this hybrid system of governance wherein the executive fuses into the legislature helping accountability and the principle of what is called checks and balances? That's a question for another day. But I hope the last time the president summoned an emergency sitting of parliament, Sheku, we are here, it was at Bintumani over the tabling of one critical document that ended up in a bout as to why the opposition leader back then, Onai Uchenno Ramadan Majuba, said they were not consulted as in tandem with the standing orders. Yes, the constitution has given the president the powers to summon parliament at any time, anywhere, sacrosanct and factual, but the fact there is, has he done due diligence in terms of consultation? Because if the opposition has not been consulted, I'm afraid. But again, there are other bigger elements to this one. Will the opposition, in this case, if it's going to be about ratifying the MCC agreement, will the opposition support the government? That is a matter of wait and see. Because mind you, the opposition is still having a disagreement as to where is the state, what's the status of the implementation of the agreement of national unity. So will they be using this legislative endorsements to say they are unfinished business? Let's go and finish them first. And mind you, even the MCC, they are saying, for us to receive the first disbursements or disbursements of this money, it should be in tandem with the expeditious implementation of the agreement of national unity. So now it's going to be a litmus test for the opposition to put partisan interest above, or put country interest above partisan interest, or partisan interest above. How should they be saying, oh, we still are in disagreement as to what's the outcome of 2023 elections, and some of the recommendations are yet to be fulfilled? I don't see a bipartisan cooperation in getting that thing ratified. But if they've done that, their homework well, I think there should be a common ground on that. So the long and short of it, we need the MCC money, but I hope MPs will be asking this question about what happened with the 40-point-something million United States dollar threshold program, which should have addressed the issue of electricity and water. That should be a question in the room. What has happened with the issue of the 412 million United States dollar loan versus the 480 million United States dollar grant? That should be questioned also by lawmakers. So it's going to be an interesting sitting, but I only hope. There will be bipartisan cooperation if there is consultation.
Now talking about the national unity, agreement, and also recommendations in the tripartite committee's report. There are obviously certain aspects that actually need bipartisan support. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Because there are going to be legislative issues, amendments are going to be made to our laws, our electoral laws. So there is no way it can happen without bipartisan.
No, I'm not in parliament. I'm not in parliament, but as of yesterday, some of the things that they agree on, some opposition MPs has already pitched tent. As of yesterday, from what we are listening, I mean, we are on a public forum. I will not call names or whatever, but I know that some opposition MPs have already nodded a yes to what is going to be.
So in other words, we are anticipating or speculating a bipartisan support.
Definitely.
Bipartisan endorsement.
All right. I am afraid the kind of politics that is being played at Old Railway Line and the kind of unfinished backlog issues, there is no way these issues are not going to come up.
No, they will come up. They will come up.
Going to bring it up.
They will come up.
Gentlemen,
what I'm saying, I'm not saying they will not come up.
So they're going to shelve it.
They will come up, but they must find it.
Remember, say man, and backlog they are now.
So in other words, what is expected, or what probably is based on what you are saying, Colin, there is going to be.
There's going to be some form of consensus,
on certain issues.
Yes. Let's hope.
Right.
I will hope and pray for that.
All right.
But there are elements of unpredictability also.
Okay, thank you so much, Melvin. He is Melvin Tijan Mansari, a parliamentary correspondent. And you also heard Mohamed Kone from Standard Times, and also Star Television and Radio. Well, that is how we say goodbye. It has been Inside the Media that came to you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, radio and also television, and on our social media platforms. Many thanks to the entire production team. Well, I've been Sheku Smaila, and I wish you the best of weekend. Have a nice weekend. Goodbye.
They're trying their best to stop our progress with bad propaganda. I mean the foreign press. Bad things are blown out from.
You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about thing them working loss and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self can for being the use that you area.
We use the original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program is me around land for my and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program so we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle dispute between you and your heart to heart.
well, you do hear it for yourself.
join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Silent Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business,
we don't run
we mind back home. Yeah, they're my people, who never leave them alone. Yeah. Anywhere we day, we love to the marrow and the bone. Sweet salon, yeah. Allegiance, we go back home. Every last thing that we own, yeah. Sound body and a sound mind. Press forward, never rewind, yeah. One stitch for the time. Try not to get I make me save 9. Good thoughts with it in mind, yeah. Only who I go call me on. You know that me sweet salon, yeah. Sound body and a sound mind. Press forward, never rewind, yeah. We are moving on. Say we the carry on. Everybody dance, get your groove on. It's on in the right lights on. Straight on left, we are moving on. Say we the carry on. Everybody dance, get your groove on. It's on in the right lights on. Now we go slow to the ends of the earth, so make we grow so. Make we own life, go start make it better. Telling no lie, I'm keeping my head up high. Cause I know that turn by turn. God they bless me one by one. Facing the truth after all lies gone. Counting your many blessings one by one, one by one. And I've been waiting, got money on my mind, contemplating success a part of mine. Sound body and a sound mind. Press forward, never rewind, yeah. One stitch for the time. Try not to get I make me save 9. Forward, never rewind, yeah. Kabbalah, straight down left, we are moving on. Say we the carry on. Everybody dance, get your groove on. It's on in the right lights on. Straight down left, we are moving on. Say we the carry on. Everybody dance, get your groove on. It's on in the right lights on. Not if I don't know what I tell them it's on fish. Be like a people, we're not selfish. We do that, my mission accomplish. And moving on, that's how we establish. And I've been waiting, got money on my mind, contemplating success a part of mine. To the ends of the earth, so make we grow so. Like we all let us stop, make it better. Telling no lie, I'm keeping my head up high. I'm gonna come by one, and I think God bless me one by one. Kabbalah, straight down left, we are moving on. Say we the carry on. Everybody dance, get your groove on. It's on in the right lights on. Straight down left, we are moving on. Say we the carry on. Everybody dance, get your groove
I say all of me loving all of you, baby, cause you got the fuck, yeah. And the way you holding me, touching me, kissing me, gravity, taking me hard, yeah. I said now you know mocking, treat me right. When you touch my body, baby, please come hold me tight. Oh yes, you're making me shiver. Oh yeah, cause you sabi, not you sabi the feeling. You sabi, not you sabi the oh. You sabi, not you sabi the feeling. You sabi you say me feeling this. Oh no. Sabi you say me feeling this. Oh, Sabi you say me feeling this. Girl, this your body not confirm thing. I no go like girl, you hot like saying a fire. Yeah. You make her feel I'm right inside me to long pepper. I see the sweet girl, so I can holla. And I like where you can put up on me. The way you using this your body for tease me. You they show me say now you a sabi. Cause when you hit me, girl, you hit my D spot, yeah. My D spot, yeah. Oh baby, cause you sabi, not you sabi. You sabi, not you sabi. Oh, you sabi, not you sabi. You sabi, you sign me feeling this. Sledge on the mix.
Says on the mix, then you know it's a hit.
I am bad flow, we go make man losing seat. Find money, we go make you baby suck me meat. Ask Sam if I come, you go suck the shit. Bad man want sky, waiting go on co-sign. But now me on time, me then sky next time. I go give them headline, me punchline the box fine. Senorita wine, money man, not the axe if you find. Anything what you want, I design. Big boys, not the guy got the line. So, my baby Cinderella, after spending, I go taking on me koala. Missionary, loves doggy, after coming, then I go all like kukada. Man, for they give me applause, my boy, big engineer and Danny. I got 5 girls na me DM, cause I guess she goes on my neck, real eyes when they blink past stadion. Bitch dan go 10, a ball pass Messi. Na me mama and prayers where they always protect me, so me not see anybody will go come test me. Must pull up in a jet ski. I don't get money, but I got God. I don't get money, but I got God. I don't get money, but I got God. I get God, me I get God. I don't get money, but I got God. I don't get money, but I got God. I don't get money, but I got God. I get God. I get God. God. I get God. God. I get God. I get God. I don't get money, but I get God. That's why your family no like us, so they won't put us for side in them more tight also. But we go fly for them, they don't go sight also. I don't get money, but I get gonna born jigger, Godfather. They won't put us for side in them more tight also. But we go fly for them, they don't go sight also. Let me know, give me no, man they want to see me down. Man they way I call me on blood, they want see me fall. Man they emphasize, but me life, they then give me funds. No one you just say, I beg, gonna give me God. Let me know, give me no, man they want to see me down. Man they way I call me on blood, they want see me fall. Man they emphasize, but me life, they then give me funds. No one you just say, I beg, gonna give me God. I don't get money, but I get God. I don't get money, but I get God. I don't get money, but I get God. I get God, me I get God. I don't get money, but I get God. I don't get money, but I get God. I don't get money, but I get God. I get God. I get God. I don't get money, but I get God.
You be safe and not get money. Me not so you party. You say I will let Congolese. Oh no, say me not nobody. You say me serving na kowata, and me salad na try carry. I make a try for change me position. So one day you go call on me, Mr. Money. No hesitate cause I get money. I get 3 billion now overseas. If we shake body, I go spray money. I said this that true story. If money not there, you not get party. They make me say for they change position. So what did they go call on me? Call on me.
Say me I know say me best friend can be me worst enemy. Say me I know say the people where like na them go they jump from. Me mama be tell me say na poor man they can turn to butter. I'm not born for suffer. I go enjoy myself and scatter the dollar.
Big for you don't get money.
Nigga don't get money. Salon DJ, then get money. If you need money, make it call on me.
Call on me, Mr. Money. No hesitate, cause I get money. I get 3 billion overseas. Shit money, I go spray money. I said this that true story. If money no there, you no get money. Make me say, but they change position. So when they never call on me. Yeah, call on me. Call on me. Yeah, call on me.
Put me enemies on lockdown. Give them bella, then lock mouth. Gif and G, I don't give and bench. Give them fire for fire. This life is a story. Everybody gets young. I don't make a once and not keep forcing. They must call on me.
Call on me, Mr. Money. No hesitate, cause I get money. I get 3 billion overseas. If you shake body, I go spray money. I said this that true story. If money not there, you no get money. They make me say, but they change position. So one day they go call on me.
I go make you smell like dollar, oh.
Call on me.
I go play you like a baller, oh.
Call on me.
I want press you like a button, oh.
Call on me.
I want spoil you like two-way routine, oh.
Call on me. Yeah.
Alman on the mix.
Call on me. Call on me. Call on me. Oh.
Shake it, baby. Shake it, baby, oh. Shake it, baby. Oh yeah. Shake it, baby, oh. Anything you believe in, nothing gon' work for you. Nothing gon' work for you. That thing where you believe in, nothing gon' work for you. Nothing gon' work for you. If you believe in mathematics, it gon' work for you. It gon' work for you. If you believe in Jagbajantis, it gon' work for you. It gon' work for you. If you believe I'm Potomeracin, it gon' work for you. It gon' work for you. If you believe in country medicine, it gon' work for you. It gon' work for you. When you see man they cap, you get what they have open. And if he has gold, he gets a side hole. As you get to your belief, that's how myself get above. The truth be say top me. If we not believe, nobody go receive. If you believe, you go receive, you go receive. If you not believe, you not go receive, you not go receive. Believe in this other thing go walk. Make nobody pass judgment by the other man. Now Baba God no good and I be better one.
So I believe in myself. I dey try me best. I go do me best. Make Papa God do the rest. Believe in myself, yeah. I go try me best. I go do me best. Make Papa God do the rest.
When you see man they cap, you get what they have open. And if he has gold, he gets a side hole. As you get to your belief, that's how myself get above. The truth me say top me. If we not believe, nobody go receive. If you believe, you go receive, you go receive. If you not believe, you not go receive, you not go receive.
We self now we dey destroy, we picking them. We dey come for tell una say, wetin dey happen to we picking them, in terms of early marriage, teenage pregnancy, in terms of prostitution, in terms of rape. Now, Lord, we work together, Lord, we stop them.
As my moon 2016, and nothing but anything now for begin jump permanent. I don't know if na bad parenting or na family thing, but anyway, she just need to stop sharing that thing. Papa, mama, skin up a girl the way she should grow. Now una no oversight say don't go turn church go. Now you don't pull una la panado. You don't go to belly the same rest for begin a pull white girl. Ipiaya, ipiayo. Community they talk say to the guy bo. Ipiaya, ipiayo. Same community they talk say not sky bo. Ipiayo. Ipiayo. Ipiaya, ipiayo. Ipiaya. Them say go school you tech. You jump fence, you don't begin play the game, say you don't turn the ref. You go born for busting, we not even want to set a big full grown man, we not even pay rent. I check the law, this na molest. Si j'en the head for kick consent the family they vex. The guy age na 40 and the pikin na 16. So you can say that is forceful sex. And this na message to Madam Fatima. Let the big one them and the bobo them for the campaign appear. Don't all them the girl picking them. Let the perpetrators where they penetrate the picking and self aware. Ipiaya, ipiayo. Community they talk say to the guy bo. Ipiaya, ipiayo. Same community they talk say not sky bo. Ipiayo. Ipiayo. Ipiaya, ipiayo. Ipiayo. As of our gas na the motor where they don't put down. You as big man control it cause some get put down and you are speaking. The word it is not go they put you on a word for the wife. So if you fool, you are faggot. Push it.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangra. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Silent Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tiliko.
Well, it's midday in Freetown. Hello and welcome to This Week, the program that reviews major stories of the week on the Review Live from the SLBC TV. We are live on Facebook, and you can also catch us on www.slbconfacebook.org. My name is Aminata Fofana. In the week on the review, a female science pupil from Nyakom High School tops 2024 WASC. Ministry of Trade and Media reviews SME's national policy and law. Lumley Roundabout becomes a dump site. And Sierra Leone Police, Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority and Commercial Motorbike Riders Union have signed a national agreement to enhance sustainable peace. Now, these stories and more for this week. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Now we begin this week on the review as the Ministry of Trade, in collaboration with the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, SMEDIA, has convened a significant stakeholders consultation to review the SMEDIA policy of 2014 and Act of 2016. The review, which is supported by the Sierra Leone Economic Diversification Project, aimed to develop regulatory frameworks for small and medium enterprises in Sierra Leone. My colleague Stella Bangura tells us more.
The meeting brought together key stakeholders from various sectors, including government officials, entrepreneurs, industry associations, and development partners. The objective was to engage these stakeholders in a comprehensive dialogue aimed at enhancing the existing policy framework and SMEDA Act to better support the growth and sustainability of SMEs in Sierra Leone. During the consultation, participants engaged in meaningful discussions on critical issues as access to finance, market opportunities, capacity building, informality of SMEs, and economic contribution, among others. The review of the SME policy of 2014 and SMEDA Act of 2016 and the formulation of new regulations for SMEs were central themes of the deliberations. Minister of Trade and Industry Alpha Ibrahim Cissé urged participants to make all SMEs competitive. As a ministry, he emphasized that they were working closely with SMEDA to review the document in areas such as creating laws to attract donor investments, gender inclusivity, and training for SMEs, among others. A focal point of the review was the need to tailor policies that are inclusive and reflective of the needs of diverse enterprise sectors, particularly in light of recent challenges.
We are looking for to review the SME definition in the SMEDA Act. It is not in sync with global definition. For example, acts that define SMEDA, it only consider one parameter, which is the annual turnover. But in other jurisdictions, they consider annual turnover, asset usage, and that of number of persons in employment. Secondly, there are issues. Government has enacted a whole lot of laws in terms of support, for example, for women. The Giveaway Act is talking about 30% women representation. How do we translate that into support mechanisms that come for SMEs, given the fact that vast majority of SME operatives are women? We want to see how best we can now see how do we capture the 30% provision for women participation in SME-related things.
Findings from this meeting are expected to incorporate the views and recommendations of SMEs, which initial draft is expected in November 2024 and will be adopted in 2025. The outcomes of the consultative meeting are expected to align with best practices and current realities towards ensuring the growth and development of this sector. For SLBC News Hour in Freetown, Stella Bangura reporting.
And now the Sierra Leone Police, Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority and Commercial Motorbike Riders Union have signed a national agreement to enhance sustainable peace among the three institutions. Regulations in the agreement would ensure mutual relationship among the parties based on the rule of law. Joseph Toure witnessed the signing and now report.
pending their signature to the national agreement between the police, bike riders and SLRSA was the dawn to strengthen the bond among them. Issues of bike riders overloading, riding without a valid license, entering the central business district had been resulting to confrontation between them, the police and SLRSA officers. So, this tripartite arrangement became a reality after a two-day dialogue session that was held in June this year by 90 participants drawn from all the parties to iron out the conflict and misunderstandings among them. Some of the resolutions in the document included that there must be respect for human rights and adherence to the rule of law to preserve the peace and stability of Sierra Leone. It also speaks to having a mutual respect among SLP, SLRSA and the motorbike riders in the management of road safety. The agreement further states SLRSA and SLP have the mandate to enforce road safety laws, rules and regulations, and when exercising that mandate, road users like bike riders should be less confrontational with state authorities. One key recommendation was that a special body be set up to manage conflicts arising among the parties. The parties registered commitment to ensure implementation of the agreement despite emerging issues which may arise.
We increase the numbers of our task forces to enforce law and order. We have also started collecting data to have full records of all riders and make new national identification and to identify our members.
The SLP will always be committed to ensuring the outcomes are enforced, and we look forward to further collaboration on this path.
Executive Director, Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority, Reverend Smart Senesi, said as the lead agency responsible for road safety, they would ensure that SLRSA work in solidarity with the bike riders. He was optimistic of bike riders adhering to what they have signed to. The Peace Building Fund focuses on empowering youth bike riders as sustainable agents of peace. UNDP resident representative Frederick Ampere anticipated massive awareness campaigns on the resolutions among the membership of the parties to the document. He was concerned about its implementation.
So I'm calling all the parties to start the implementation right away. The first step will be to establish the dialogue platforms among bike riders and police and road safety. These dialogue platforms would allow the parties to regularly discuss issues affecting them. And I made note of some of the issues, harassment of the bike riders, licenses, training. So these are the things that we should take to the next level following this agreement.
Ministry of Youth Affairs has been pivotal in achieving this milestone agreement. Its Minister Mohamed Oman Bangura said the BO-led administration prioritizes dialogue, and the reason road regulators and the bike riders would sit to chart the way forward to ensure sustainable peace. He lauded the UN family for their numerous support to young people. He pledged to ensure implementation of the agreement. SLBC, Joseph Toure reporting.
Advocate has initiated the implementation of strengthening sexual reproductive health for sex workers and incarcerated women. The 24-month project seeks to develop the knowledge of beneficiaries and provides them support to transform their lives. The inception ceremony took place in Makeni. Hassan Fore reports.
One of the key population the organization Advocate has been working with are sex workers and women in conflict with the law. This project will continue to seek their interest. In an interview with SLBC, the program officer and head of Advocate Northeast Region, Mariama Masi Bangura, said within the 2 years of rolling out their activities, they would focus on collaborating with other organizations with similar aspirations to alleviate the challenges incarcerated women and sex workers faced through law reforms and awareness.
We had stories of lesbianism in prison. Are we teaching them the right method? Are we teaching them what they need to do? Most of our sex workers have been suffering with fistula, HIV, hepatitis, even simple as malaria. These are things, most of them have been raped, gang raped. They gave birth to twins, triplets. We have issues like that in McKinney. We have one who gave birth to twin. We have another one who gave birth to triplets. And the father is nowhere to be seen because they are being gang raped.
She defined them as a unique set of people who were more vulnerable and marginalized. Madam Bangura said apart from providing knowledge and material benefit, they were also focused on empowering them with alternative livelihoods. The President Commercial Sex Workers Bombali District, Princess Kuruma, told SLBC that the abuse they faced in the business was overwhelming. She said due to physical and psychological torture, many of them have succumbed to irreversible illnesses and to an extent lost their lives.
We've been in sick typhoid.
Colleagues fall ill with typhoid, malaria, infection, cold, diabetes, and a lot more. But we only receive support for HIV. Other diseases like hepatitis, tuberculosis, we pay for the services.
Before we get that.
She expressed optimism that the project would not only provide relief and protection, but also viable substitute means of survival. The representative from the Ministry of Social Welfare, Zubairu Kanu, said the development could complement their work. He said bringing together sex workers has always been difficult, adding that the project would soften that approach.
We are happy for their work, and we are telling them and we are asking them to collaborate with other agencies for their work to be very easy, and for our own work also to be very easy.
So which way is the ministry will be supporting this project?
Well, in physically, material, let me say, monetary, of course, though there is no enough funds for that presently, but if they came to the ministry, if any of their activity reach in our knowledge, the ministry will take it up.
This strengthening sexual reproductive health for sex workers and incarcerated women through law reforms and awareness is funded by Amplify Change.
Now, residents of Dre have voiced their frustration over access to public transportation. Passengers in the area say the daily struggle for transportation is leading to loss of personal belongings and injuries. Enreta Kolka compiled this report read in the studios by Cecilia Sisi.
Residents at Dre and nearby communities face daily challenges to access public transportation. The problems are sometimes compounded by bad roads and less vehicles, leading to delays, injuries, and frequent loss of personal belongings, particularly during rush hours. Transport stakeholder at Dre, Mohammed Kamara, said that the passengers were making the issue worse because they refused to stay in the queue, particularly on Mondays. Isatu said the problem was not whether or not the passenger is in the queue. The problem, according to her, is the boys in the park who extort money from passengers before they would allow them inside the vehicle. She also blamed these boys of creating unnecessary commotion, which often results in loss of passenger items and injury.
At the end of the day, the motor come, one they will get the money for pay, they take them. So like you not get, whatever that line they sort of they by the fence and TV phone, they drop you back, so it's really not easy.
A lot of things they have to really very smoothly, and they really have to meet the people who they take transport. Because the TV phone and the queue, and let me say, shortage of cars in Canada, they say they count more than 2 or 3 hours to wait on motor car. Besides that, when they come, let me say there is a lot of people where they say they help you, but not for help.
Let me say, government needs to do a lot concerning the cars. Like the government need to locate like buses where they go from Wilberforce, where they go from Lumley, because there are a lot of constraint of transport.
The transportation issues at Dre Junction underscored the urgent need for better management of the transport sector to save passengers from extortion and loss of belongings.
Now, in a move to showcase regional solidarity, Sierra Leone has dispatched a team of critical care doctors, nurses, anesthetics, emergency physicians, and military personnel to Rwanda to assist in combating the deadly Marburg virus outbreak. The venture was also a testament to the country's healthy bilateral ties. Jonathan Turner reports.
Medical personnel were bid farewell as they departed Sierra Leone for Rwanda. The Sierra Leonean health care practitioners are charged with the responsibility of providing essential care and coordinating efforts on the ground in Rwanda, where the Marburg virus has claimed lives and sent ripples of fear across the region. The doctors, nurses, and support staff, including military personnel trained in disaster response, are equipped to handle the complex challenges that comes with a virus outbreak of that scale. At a send-off ceremony, Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallo emphasized the nation's historical experiences with disease outbreaks such as Ebola and Corona, which saw international assistance into the country in its time of need.
The peacekeeping missions in Africa, Rwanda sent a very extensive military contingent. They fight along other African countries. They fight for them. They fight for their security. So today I feel particularly proud for somebody that has been interacting with senior Rwandan officers, with senior Rwandan politicians, that my brothers and sisters are going to their country to extend that hand of Pan-Africanism they have been extending to the rest of the African continent. So on behalf of His Excellency the President, on behalf of the government, and on behalf of the people of Sierra Leone, I come to bid you farewell, to wish you well, and to thank you for the service you are rendering on behalf of our country, because you are going there as ambassadors of Sierra Leone.
The healthcare practitioners said though Rwanda's health system was well prepared, it had faced tremendous pressure due to the contagious and poisonous nature of Marburg.
To be safe and secure as much as we can. You've been trained, you have the skills, and so you put them to use. We want to thank you for being available, and all the people that have gathered you up
to deploy, because we knew that we have the expertise and we have the knowledge and we could really respond to this pandemic going on there. So really, it's a special pleasure that we're able to respond, and I thank the leadership of the country, His Excellency the President, with whom
this team is equipped not only with compassion and dedication, but with an impressive wealth of experience in managing viral hemorrhagic fevers, including Ebola and Lassa fever, and as well as COVID-19. Their expertise is a testament to our nation's growing ability to lend support and solidarity to our brothers and sisters around the globe.
As they embark on this life-saving mission, members of Sierra Leone team pledged their unwavering commitment to the task at hand. The team leader, Dr. Mohamed Boy Jallo, expressed a deep sense of duty.
Emergency medical team, we are living with the prayers and goodwill of our people. Your courage and professionalism out there when we deploy will be a testament to Sierra Leone's resilience and to our commitment to global health and security. And our country, inshallah, will be very proud of us when we complete our mission in Rwanda. Yes.
This deployment represents more than just medical assistance. It symbolizes the power of collective action and the fight against global health threats. With Sierra Leone's contribution to address Marburg virus in Rwanda, it is expected that such a collaborative venture will yield the desired outcome. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting.
A National Youth and Adolescent Family Planning Conference has begun in Freetown on the theme Young People Breaking Cycles and Building Futures. The 2 days conference was hosted by El Talat with support from USAID Momentum and other development partners. As Ibrahim Samura reports, the conference was opened by the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Charles Senesi.
This was the 4th National Youth and Adolescent Family Planning Conference, and it's brought together over 200 youths and adolescent girls from across the country. The conference would serve as a platform to help identify gaps in youth and adolescent family planning access, advocate for evidence-based policies and strategies aligned with Sierra Leone's AFP 2030 commitment, and foster innovation, financing mechanisms for sustainable support of youth-centric family planning programs.
The achievements so far from that engagement and recommendation led to the minister signing the FP 2030 commitment, which has been submitted in Uganda. It also led to the establishment of what we call the AY mechanism, that is the adolescent youth mechanism, which is now in full force, led by the young people. It also led to the development of what we call the the cluster implementation plan, CIP, which again is a plan that is designed to budget for family planning.
Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Charles Senesi, described the gathering as an essential platform for empowering young people and driving change. He said the government is committed to placing youth at the center of its development strategies.
The theme of this year's conference, young people breaking cycles and building futures. It is very important that we go beyond our normal activities to break that cycle of things that we think are not normally easy to do. We have to be ambitious so that we can build a future that is fit for purpose for Sierra Leone.
USAID's Health Lead and UNFPA country representative told the conference that family planning was key to preventing unwanted pregnancy and one of the institution's areas of intervention. Family planning, they went on, played a pivotal role in safeguarding the health of adolescent girls.
Family planning is the most cost-effective intervention to prevent maternal and newborn deaths.
Considerable challenges that require all of us to continue to accelerate our efforts. Almost 1 in 3 young women will become a mother by the time she is 18. And we have high unmet need for contraceptives, particularly among adolescents.
Bendu Koisa is a team lead, USAID Momentum and Global Leadership Sierra Leone. She said supporting family planning and sexual reproductive and health rights are some of the areas of focus.
Family planning is important, especially in young people, because 1/3 of all maternal death is attributed to young people. And these deaths could be preventable if we are preventing these pregnancies. So it's very important for us to bring young people together who account for a lot of these maternal mortalities, whose pregnancy results in a lot of post-social and economic hardships. And as such, this conference brings them together to give them the knowledge.
Of the speakers from AFP 2030 and the Minister of Health underscored the importance of family planning, highlighting series of benefits of family planning and access to sexual, reproductive and health services for adolescent girls. Ibrahim Samura, Freetown.
Some business people around the Lumley roundabout have accused some staff of the Freetown City Council of transforming the main Lumley roundabout into a dump site, whilst the staff of the Freetown City Council are pointing fingers at garbage collectors, commonly called clean saloon guys, as the ones responsible for turning the roundabout into a dump site. Our intern reporter Sumana Kabu has the story.
The main Lumley roundabout is at the heart of Lumley in the west end of Freetown and also leads to one of the tourist-attracted areas in Freetown, the Lumley and Aberdeen beaches. That area has been a center of attraction for businesses, but the main roundabout seemed to have been transformed into a dump site. People use the night hours to deposit garbage here, transforming the once beautiful environment into an unsightly and stink area, making it uncomfortable for traders and pedestrians. Ibrahim Cisse, a commercial bike rider, said, whenever smell emanates from the garbage, they usually run away from their bike parking lots. Shockingly, a businessman, Aruna Cisse, accused Freetown City Council workers and private garbage collectors, commonly called clean saloon guys, as the ones responsible for dumping dirt in that area.
If you see one power way they shoot at this place, where of course they represent the city council. Now in the first possible the council where clean saloon water and support them, where they all come the battle continue at the place, which is very, very wrong.
But a Freetown City Council worker, Ibrahim Bangura, denied the accusations by Aruna Cisse and said private garbage collectors, commonly called clean saloon guys, are the ones dumping dirt in that area during night hours.
Actually, not to be the two dots here. Now them before they, now them before again, now them black before they, you get take dots here, and different houses, smoke push, even if you go around there backstage, you see them drums, shit at the place. Any blessed they will be tired. They need plenty dirty, they need plenty toilet. This place they smell enjoyable.
A businesswoman, Maria Maconte, did not directly accuse business people of depositing dirt on the roundabout, but encouraged her fellow business counterparts to refrain from dumping their garbage at the roundabout. Looking at the relevance of the area in terms of tourism development and others, it is important that swift action be taken by authorities to solve such situation for the betterment of all and the environment.
The salient institutions has paid 2,500,000 new leones, a 60% compensation to residents of Songo community in Port Loko district, whose houses were affected following the ongoing 14-kilometer road construction project from Makala Junction to Mabang Bridge. Here's the report. The 60% first tranche compensation payments brought together over 70 families in Songo Port Loko districts. While receiving their payments, beneficiaries noted that earlier they were doubtful on the payments, but now that they had received the money, they will use it to construct their houses.
La family was with paper. Where they go, I get for show for my family them, no all sit down, waiting and waiting for them.
Paramount Chief of Koya Chiefdom, Kompa Bumbuli, recalled the squabble encountered by the beneficiaries for them to agree to the pact with SLRA. Since the road construction is developmentally oriented, considering this was the first time the chiefdom will be using a modern road. He said before now, the dusty and bumpy road has caused countless motorbike crashes and admonished beneficiaries to utilize the money wisely.
And the hospital where Chiefdom and Colony Wall, they used together. But in our pillow, in a small container, I will reach the number so that we will get access to our clinic day. Because you can get emergency cases. A person, when an emergency case, you know, when they go and work in again. But government, remember, we appreciate that.
Deputy Director General SLRA Engineer Vandy French said it was part of their policies to pay compensation to residents whose houses were affected in the road construction, adding that the 60% payment was from government and SLRA. He went on, will ensure to speed up the documentation process for the remaining 40%. Engineer French said their call to construct the road was to ease the burden of residents in Songo who had expressed dissatisfaction over the previous deplorable condition of...
I would say the figure is about 2.5 million new leones. That is what is being paid now. And the total is about 4.3 million new leones. So this represents about 60% of what will have to be paid eventually.
He assured the residents of maintenance of the road and urged them to own the project. Representatives from the ACC, National Authorizing Office, Ministry of Finance, spoke on the importance of transparency in the payment process and gave assurance to beneficiaries to contact them if they feel unsatisfied with the process, as they will ensure to investigate and resolve the matter. SLBC News, Aminata Fofana. Nur Islamic Primary School in the eastern of Freetown at Alpha Terrace, Calvertown is in a dilapidated state as the structure faces some structural problems. This posed danger to the school children. According to the acting principal, Dauda Toure, the school lacks proper infrastructure and other learning resources, hence hindering the education of the pupils. For more on the story, we join Regina Kroma.
This hall hosts over 3 different classes, and funnily, one cannot distinguish between classes 1, 2 or 3 because the hall has not been partitioned. The touch in paint and cement, which exposes the fact that the building was constructed with mud blocks, reflect years of neglect. Shockingly, the children defecate and urinate on the floor of an incomplete zinc structure, and the school also lacks wash facilities. Nur Islamic Primary and Secondary School is a government-assisted school at Alpha Terrace, Calvertown in the east of Freetown. Acting principal of Nur Islamic School, Dauda Toure Kamara, said the current constraints the school is plagued with is hampering effective teaching and learning in the school.
We get infrastructural problem. As we see in the building now, you see how the people them choke, like the classrooms them. I don't believe say if we can continue for choke, so we no get no conducive learning system. All right, they find out where now that teacher they teach, now that class they cause noise. So like we they plead to the government for them look at this infrastructural development.
We asked a teacher, Mohammed Kamara, expresses dissatisfaction over the lack of school supplies to aid their work.
It affects the students their learning now because one will not get supply from the government yet, because these are government supply school. We'll be seeing that in the help, but we're not able to get it. Any kind we not through by the headmaster and the headmistress building, and they no more they try whether they buy the teaching materials.
A parent, Aisatu Kagbo, was satisfied with the administration's efforts despite the numerous challenges the school had been faced with, and called to improve the school's poor condition.
School they help we much because it's do the man we can put the school now let's say instead they try you know get, but he go extra mind he say for like put school now this community.
As the Nur Islamic School grapples with these pressing issues, the voices of teachers and parents echo a unified call for change. Without prompt action, the future of the students may remain compromised, hindering their educational journey and overall development. For now, the committee remains hopeful that their pleas will be heard and acted upon.
And now, in an effort to improve the education sector, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, together with parents, have reviewed the education sector plan since it was launched in 2022. The review was to highlight the achievements and challenges faced and proper strategic recommendations for policy decision-making. Esther Kamara filed in this report, read in the studios by Cecilia Sise.
Since 2022, we have been doing the implementation of the activities that we identify that a country can go take, and those activities can take us to where we want our education system to be.
The Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, together with partners, have organized 2 days workshop to review the plans and achievements made by the education sector plan since it was launched in 2022. The chairman on Parliamentary Oversight Committee on Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Honorable Alpha Fode Madijabi, commended the people that put the report together and highlighted some of the challenges.
Still, there are challenges. Challenges from the financial sector, that is financing the activities that the plan set to achieve financing those activities is a challenge. We know that.
Alfonso Manley, civil society activist in education, said this is the first education plan developed by Sierra Leone, noting that there are several gaps in the education sector plan.
How do we ensure they teach in the district they are assigned? How do we ensure? When we say the use of data and technology, how do we provide the requisite support for the ministries of basic education and technical and higher education? How do we ensure that? And this is the gap in the education sector plan.
The report consultant, Dr. Dramani Lako, described the project as an ambiguous one and stated the objectives of the report.
And then there were 9 objectives. In the ASB, I know you all have the soft copy of the ESP. If you don't, it is online. You can just Google ESP. There were 150 activities costed. We costed 150 activities across 5 sub-sectors. From pre-primary, primary, secondary, tertiary, including TVET, and then teachers' education. So all of these were costed.
The review ended with group discussions from different partners. The Sierra Leone Education Sector Plan was launched in 2022 to transform learning for all and focused on building and improving learning outcome for children and youth from 2022 to 2026.
Law Reform Commission, in partnership with UNDP, has ended a day consultative meeting with different stakeholders at Albertson Hotel Conference Hall on Nandema Road in Kenema. The meeting was to review the Police Act of 1964 under the project titled Strengthening Rule of Law, Access to Justice, Human Rights and Security in Sierra Leone. Safa Moriba reports.
Law Reform Commission, in partnership and support from UNDP, has ended a day consultative meeting with stakeholders across the nation at Albertson Hotel Conference Hall on Nandema Road in Kenema. The meeting was to review the Police Act 1964 under the project title Strengthening Rule of Law, Access to Justice, Human Rights and Security in Sierra Leone. The chairman of the Law Reform Commission and Police Act Subcommittee, Yada Hashim Williams, cautioned all that any police personnel that is found wanting in torturing or inflicting any human rights violation or any citizen is a criminal act that is subject to punishment. He called on citizens to always protect police officers during the discharge of their duties, as the police mandate is to protect life and properties of the state. Mr. Williams pointed out that the review and replacement of the Police Act 1964 aims, among other things, to safeguard the fundamental rights of everyone, eliminate all forms of torture and degrading treatment of citizens, make the police force more responsive to the needs of the people, and foster cooperative between the police and communities. The chairperson of the session, retired AIG Mori Lengo, said the session was to look into the contribution of the stakeholders to update the 60-year-old Police Act and enhance police community cooperation. The new act will bring on board function and cooperation in the interest of all and sundry.
In its journey to empower the world's population with knowledge, people in need, and share hope through partnership, the MV Logos Hope Ship has officially opened its doors for the sale of teaching and learning materials for various fields and professions. Our reporter Sulaiman Bature witnessed the opening ceremony in Freetown and now reports.
Let our time together over these 3 weeks be a reinforcement of that message, that each of us can make a difference when we choose to step out in service. I'm very grateful, and in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
This was the third time the Logos Hope is visiting Sierra Leone since it started its journey of knowledge sharing to the country in 1977. The aim of the ship, according to Director Edward David, was to help develop the world's human capital, encourage education, promote cultural diversity, and share hope through partnership.
We hope to see many of you that will come and visit this world's largest floating book fair, and hopefully you will find something, but will also acquire knowledge, not just knowledge, but knowledge. 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 Kn mental knowledge, but also knowledge at heart.
The ship is known for hosting the world's largest floating book fair, with over 5,000 books ranging from science, literature, arts, cookery, hobbies, and faith, among others. These most people, especially students, found helpful to their studies, claiming most of the books were hard to access and expensive.
There's a lot of books you can find here, ranging from music, academics, general knowledge, and the rest of it. So I think this ship is a very good opportunity for students.
It's very difficult. First, before going to purchase that book online, you have to have your debit card. And for some of us that don't even have it, this is a nice privilege for us.
Deputy Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Emily Gogra, thanked Logos Hope for providing Sierra Leoneans access to educational and self-empowerment materials. Emily Gogra said the aim of Logos Hope resonates with government's aim to improve the country's educational system so it could compete with international learning institutions. She called on Sierra Leoneans to seize the opportunity and explore more.
This is the guiding principle behind every effort we are making as a government here in Sierra Leone to reform and strengthen our educational systems. We recognize that education is not just about classrooms and textbooks. It is about creating a generation of thinkers, innovators, and problem solvers.
The ship will be in the shores of Freetown for the next 3 weeks to sell these books, as well as giving relaxation and explorational opportunities to their customers. SLBC News, Sulaiman Babatue reporting.
You're watching This Week live on SLBC. My name is Aminata Fofana. Still on review this afternoon, a One Health platform to foster a collaborative, multi-sector and transdisciplinary approach to health in Sierra Leone is launched. But let's take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching This Week live on the SLBC. We continue with more stories. The Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, has announced the 2024 West Africa Senior Secondary Certificate Examination WASC results of female science pupil from Nyakom High School emerged as the best performing candidates with 6 A's out of 8 subjects, followed by Alphaba of St. Edward Secondary School, who wrote 9 subjects and scored 6 A's, 2 B's, and a C4. Here is an excerpt of a statement.
146,179 candidates from 816 schools in Sierra Leone entered for the May-June WASC in 2024. Al-Rich Zahid, a female science student at Nyakom High School, was the best performing candidate in the 2024 WASC. She sat 8 subjects and obtained 6 A1s, excellent, and 2 B3s, good. Her average grade unit was 1.50, very good. She was closely followed by Alpha Ibrahim Ba of St. Edward Secondary School, who sat 9 subjects and obtained 6 A1s, excellent, and 2 B2s, very good, and a C4 credit. His average grade and unit was 1.56, very good. The best performing school was Dele Pedro International High School. All 17 of its candidates, 100%, with released results, obtained a credit or better in a minimum of 5 subjects, including English and Maths. 25,407 appear to have been absent for all subjects. Of the 135,617 candidates listed on the results received by the ministry, 70,380 were female and 65,237 were male. That is 51.9 were female. This continues the trend of more female than male candidates exist for WASC.
The Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, announcing the 2024 West African Secondary School Certificates WASC examinations. The Chief Minister, Dr. David Moinina Sengeh, has launched the One Health platform, a groundbreaking initiative aimed at fostering a collaborative, multi-sector and transdisciplinary approach to health in Sierra Leone. This initiative brings together the health of people, animals and plants in a shared environment, recognizing the interconnectedness of this sector at subnational, regional and global levels. Jonathan Tona tells us more.
On behalf of His Excellency to launch the National One Health platform with Vice President.
The platform strives to achieve optimal health and well-being for all. The launch of this platform is a response to lessons learned from Sierra Leone's devastating Ebola outbreak of 2014 to 2016, which revealed significant weaknesses in health systems and a lack of coordination across human, animal, plant, and environmental sectors. The crisis underscored the need for an integrated approach to health, and in 2017, the government, with support from international partners and stakeholders, established its first One Health platform. Since its inception, the platform has aimed to enhance cooperation between sectors to better prevent, detect, and respond to public health threats. The recent revision of the One Health Governance Manual reflects the government's commitment to transparency, accountability, and participation in health governance.
Enhance our readiness to emergencies. On request, the team should be able to deploy within 48 hours, both within and outside Sierra Leone.
It brings us to the concept of One Health, that we need to do a lot more to have that concept in this manual. We know there was a previous manual, but it is building upon that to address some of the gaps that were in that manual, especially our collaboration across different MPs.
The revised manual incorporates the latest global One Health standards and best practices, promoting stronger information sharing mechanisms, a robust monitoring and evaluation framework, and an emphasis on community engagement and capacity building. The platform will adapt to emerging health challenges, reaffirming its commitment to creating a resilient and sustainable health system for all Sierra Leoneans. Additionally, the revised governance framework incorporates regular self-assessments to ensure continuous improvement, ensuring that Sierra Leone remains adaptive to evolving health risks.
You saw that social media photo of a man with smallpox-like symptoms. There were already response mechanisms by the government. So by the time it went viral and everybody was afraid that we are going to have smallpox, our system, because of its decentralization, through the district health medical team, had already reached the Ministry of Health, reached the ministry, the Public Health Agency. They sent a team, and within that 24-hour period, had a surveillance system that was already in place. That is what decentralization and One Health does.
As Sierra Leone moves forward with this dynamic and evolving platform, it is poised to take a leading role in the global One Health movement, ensuring that its health systems are equipped to protect its people, animals, plants, and the environment from future health threats. For SLBC News, Jonathan Tona reporting.
The Tonkolele District Agriculture Office Officer Jean Kabase has encouraged farmers in Tonkolele district to concentrate on vegetable farming as a way to boost food security in the district. He made such appeal while doing a symbolic harvest of some vegetables within the premises of a ministry. As Abdul Karim Kanu reports from Maguka, vegetable farming remains unpopular in Tonkolele district.
Madam Jane Fair Kabasie and team have been very much engaged in the cultivation of assorted crops around the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security compound in Magboroka to nurture different variety of crops to support vegetable farming in Tonkolili district. The harvested crops include pepper, G-blocks, okra, among others. According to the district agriculture officer, Madam Jane Fair Kabasie, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security will continue to work with farmers across Tonkolili district to support the development of vegetable farming in the district. Madam Se noted that some of the harvested vegetables will be presented at the World Food Day celebration to be hosted in the eastern district of Kailam. She called on farmers to prioritize vegetable farming as that is one of the type of farming that many farmers in Tonkolili district have not been paying attention to.
Close. Those are the major stories broadcast live this week on the SLBC, and this is where we're going to draw the curtains for this week's presentation. I've been your presenter, Aminata Fofana, wishing you a blessed weekend. Good afternoon all.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SLBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SLBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SLBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer, Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Zion Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue, we are the best.
Porter at the Sierra Leone Broadcast.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Samuel Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Marisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public squire, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbiko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
live spelling bee on SLBC TV. Good afternoon, viewers. My name is Aissata Musuhadin, Mrs., the founder and creative director of ICBAI. Welcome to yet another segment of the live spelling bee orientation for the 7th National Spelling Bee and the 7th National Private School Spelling Bee. First, in our segment today, I'll read you the public notices. It is that time of the year again for the 7th National Spelling Bee competition in Sierra Leone, first at district level. The general public is encouraged to register their school or individual child for the district spelling bee. It is also encouraged for parents, heads of schools to register their school, private school for the 7th private school spelling bee competition that will take place on the 30th of November. For you to register for the district spelling bee, all you need to do is to send request for the Google form on +232 717762 88780 700 or 076 374842. Once you make a request for the Google form, we will WhatsApp you and you will register your school or child wherever you are in Sierra Leone. As long as you are in Sierra Leone or out of Sierra Leone, we will send you the list of words and we'll also send you the Google form. So you register your child or word and you register online. You can do your registration online. Call us on 076 374842, 088 780 700 or 071 7762. We are pleased to also inform the general public that registration for the private spelling bee is ongoing. Registration for all forms of disability is free. For more information, you can contact us at 97 Kabuton, Waterloo or E12 Bacon Field. Sponsor or partner with Initiative in Capacity Building Association International ICBAI, the global award winner and the only accredited organization for international spelling bee competitions in Sierra Leone. Live spelling bee on SLBC TV. In our studio, we have our beautiful spellers who are prepared for the orientation. They've studied very hard, and I think they've been coming here for a while. And I'll go first to the B Master. They are in class 4 to class 6. B Master, they've been here for a while. I will advise you to go to the 3rd page of the package, class 4 to class 6. Introduce yourself, please, and give the rules to the spelling bee.
Good afternoon, viewers. I am Ambrose Jones, volunteer at the ICBAI Sierra Leone Spelling Bee, and today we have another edition of our spelling bee orientation. And with the rules out here are really simple. What you have to do, as the spellers, most of them already know, when I ask you spelling, you pronounce the word that I asked you, you spell it, and then you pronounce it again. I think that will be very easy for you guys, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we may go straight to the point. So what's your name, sir?
My name is Raymond Gerald Black. I am attending Matili International School. I'm in class 5.
Can you please, you need to be audible, please.
Be audible, please.
My name is Raymond Gerald Black. I am attending Matili International School and I am in class 5.
Okay, Raymond, we'll have 3 spellings for you to spell today. Our first spelling will be accommodate.
Accommodate. ACCMMODATE.
Okay, that's very good.
Accommodate.
Accommodate.
Spell it again.
Accommodate. ACCOMMODATE. Accommodate.
Okay, that's very nice. Another spelling would be prejudice.
Prejudice. PREDUJICE.
You can try it again.
Prejudice. PREDUJICE. Prejudice.
One more time.
Prejudice.
This time slower, please.
PREJUDICE. Prejudice.
That's very good. Prejudice. Okay, and your last spelling for today will be predicament.
Predicament. PREDICAMENT. Predicament.
Okay, that is very good, Raymond. Thank you very much. Our next speller, what's your name, sir?
My name is Umar Ishmael Kalon. I'm attending Agape Elementary and Academy School. I'm in class 4.
Okay, Ishmael Kalon, right? You look shy. Are you okay? Okay. Ishmael, we'll have 3 spellings for you to spell today. Are you up to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your first spelling will be agony. Spell the word agony.
AGGIONING.
No. Can you go over it again? Agony.
AGGONING.
No. One more time, please. The word agony.
AGGONING.
Okay, Ismail, that's incorrect. The word agony is spelled as AGONY. Agony. Okay? Take care of that mistake, please. Your next word will be onset.
ONSET. Onset.
Okay, that's very good. And your last word for today will be jovial.
JOVIAL.
Okay, that's very good. You got 2 out of 3. That's a very good try. Yes, sir. Our next speller, please.
My name is Faisal Maya Conte. I am 9 years old and I'm attending Malti International School. I'm in year 5 grade.
Okay. Actually, can you repeat your name again?
Faisal Mary Conte.
Faisal Mary
Conte.
Okay, Mr. Conte. We'll have 3 spellings for you to spell. Okay. And you are aware of the rules of the spelling bee, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with paraphrase.
Paraphrase.
Yes.
Can you please use it in a sentence?
In a sentence, it could be, he couldn't tell us the full details, so he paraphrased.
Paraphrased. PARAPHRASE.
Okay, that's very good. Your next word will be erupt.
Erupt.
Okay.
ERUPT. Erupt.
Okay, and your last word for today will be precise.
Precise. Can you please use it in a sentence?
Precise. When you say I rather prefer to be precise about it.
Precise. PRECIESE.
Go by it again. Precise.
Precise. PRESIECE.
No. Again, one more try.
Precise. PRECEIS.
No. Precise, Mr. Conte, is spelled as PRECISE. Precise. Okay, but that was a very good try. Thank you very much. Hoping that next time you will get it correctly. Okay, That was very good, and I think we're done with you. So I'm really, yeah. So like, how has your experience with the spelling bee been? Can I start with you, please?
Well, my experience in the spelling bee is nice. The first time being here, I felt so afraid that I was going to miss a lot of spellings, but after going through some of the spellings, I learned that it's easy and it helps me with my vocabulary.
Okay, that's very good. That's a very good feedback. So, what about you, Mr. Ishmael?
It's nice. Then the first day that I entered SLBC, I felt good. Then I was afraid that I should miss plenty of the spellings. I think that they was hard for me.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, Mr. Ishmael, and what about you, Mr. Conte? How's your experience been with the spelling bee?
My experience was nice, but when I came, I felt really nervous. But yeah, I'm okay now.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, hoping that, you know, as we progress, as we go along, you get way better experiences, okay? Okay.
Thank you very much. Live Spelling Bee on SLBC TV. Continue with the Spelling Bee orientation. We are requesting all parents who want their child to participate in the Spelling Bee and heads of schools to please register to come. You can contact us at 55. You can contact us at 97 Kabuton, or you can meet us at E12 Bacon Field. Register now as the registration for the spelling bee continues for both districts and the private school spelling bee. All registered members, all those that registered as spelling bee members, are required to come on Saturday, next coming Saturday, for the orientation. Live Spelling Bee on SLBC TV. We are pleased to inform the general public that our participant, Isa Lucy Yema Lawson, is back home. We shall see a drop down on how it went yesterday at C Coach. Live Spelling Bee on SLBC TV. I'll go back to the Bee Master.
Okay, as we heard from our founder and, you know, creative director, we'll need everyone who has registered as a member of the Sierra Leone Spelling Bee next week at the SLBC. So please make it a point of duty to be available. Okay, so we have another set of spellers here with us. Can you please introduce yourselves?
My name is Cynthia A. Kolka. I am in Prep 5. I am attending the Faith Gospel Nursery and Primary School.
Okay, Cynthia. Next,
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Awana Sukande Bangura. I am attending the Faith Gospel Nursery and Primary School. I am in Prep 6.
Okay, that's very good. And
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Princess S. Light. I am in J1. I am attending the Faith Gospel Nursery and Primary School.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, so can we start with you, please, ma'am? As you know, you have 3 words, and you know the rules, right? I give you a word, you pronounce, you spell, and then you pronounce again. Okay, that's very nice. So you have 3 words to spell today, and let's start with abundant.
Abundant. A-B-O-U-N-D-A-N-T.
Okay.
Abundant.
I think you still have time. Spell abundant.
Abundant.
Yeah.
A-B-O-U-N-D-A-N-T.
No, go by it again. You are missing a word. I mean, a letter.
Abundant.
Yes.
A-B-O-A-B-U-N-T-D-A-N-T.
I think the problem here is confidence, but anyways, that was a nice try. But abundant is spelled as A-B-U-D-A-N-T. Okay, there's no O in abundant. Okay, your next word will be ambition. Ambition.
Ambition. A-B-O-S-H-T-I-O-N.
No. Go for it again.
A-B-O-S-H-I-O-N.
No. Ambition. Ambition.
Ambition.
Yes.
A-B-B-S-I-O-N.
Okay, that was also an asteroid, but ambition is spelled as A-M-B-I-T-I-O-N. Okay, ambition. Okay, and your last word for today will be civic. Civic.
Civic.
Yes.
C-I-V-I-C.
Civic. Okay, that's very good. Nice try. Okay, so you go home, you study, and hopefully next week you do better. Okay, and our next speller is one. Can you introduce yourself again?
My name is Awana Tukande Bangua.
Okay, Awana to you. You have 3 spellings, same as her. Okay, so we start with spelling number 1, economy.
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 E-C-O-N-O-M-I-C.
Can you go over that again?
E-C-O-N-O-M-I-C.
No, economy, not make. Economy.
E-C-N-O-M-I.
No, that's not it quite. Economy is spelled as E-C-O-N-O-M-Y. Economy. Okay. Your next spelling will be obstacle. Yeah.
Obstacle. U-P-S-T-A-R. Obstacle. U-P-S-T-A-R-C-I-C-L-E.
I think what you are missing here is the pronunciation. Obstacle. Obstacle, not obstacle.
Obstacle.
Yes.
Obstacle.
Yeah.
U-P.
Continue.
S-T-A-R. G-L-E.
Obstacle. That's not obstacle. Obstacle. Okay. Obstacle is spelled as O-B-S-T-A-C-L-E. Obstacle. Okay. So you keep that in mind so next time you don't miss it. Okay. Alright. And your last word for today is provoke.
Provoke. P-R-O-V-O-K-E.
Okay, can you go over that again?
Provoke. P-R-O-V-O-K-E. Provoke.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so I hope you spend time with the spellings, and hopefully next week when you're here, I hope to see you do better. Okay, and Juma, if I heard you correctly, you are in JSS 1, right? Okay, JSS 1. So that means okay. You have 3 spellings as well, okay? And your first spelling will be ionize.
Ionize.
Yes.
I-R-O-N-I-S-E. Ionize.
Not quite. There's a letter there that should be there. Go again.
I-R-O-N-I-S-E. Ionize.
No. One more time.
I-R-O-N-I-S-E.
I think ionize is spelled as I-O-N-I-S-E. There's no R in ionize. Okay? Okay, and your next spelling for today will be reinforce. Reinforce.
Reinforce.
Yes.
R-E-N-E-F-O-R-C-E, reinforce.
Go over that again.
R-E-N-E-F-O-R-C-E.
Not quite. One more time.
Reinforce.
Yes.
R-E-N-E-F-O-R-C-E.
No. Reinforce, my dear, is spelled as R-E-I-N-F-O-R-C-E. Reinforce. Okay. And your last word for today will be medallion.
Medallion.
Yes.
M-E-D-A-L-I-O-N.
Not quite. Go by it again. Medallion.
M-E-D-A-L-I-O-N.
Okay, you are still missing a letter. Just a letter. Go by it. Medallion. Slowly.
M-E-D-A-L-A-I-O-N.
No. Medallion is spelled as M-E-D-A-L-L-I-O-N. Should be double L's, okay? Take care of that mistake. Okay, thank you very much. That was a nice try. So let's talk about the word that you spelled, ambition, right? So who can define what is ambition? Who knows what is ambition?
Ambition is seriousness.
No, not quite. Ambition, ambition is a nutshell. It's like when you say, I want to be this, I want to be like this, okay? Example, if me growing up, I say I want to be a doctor or a lawyer or president, that's ambition, okay? So can I start with you? What's your ambition? What do you want to be?
I want to become a lawyer in the future.
You want to become a lawyer in the future?
Yeah.
Okay, that's very good. I would like to see that. You in your black and white. Okay, and you?
I want to become a nurse in future.
You want to become a nurse. So you want to save lives, Sierra Leone needs more people like you. Hopefully you achieve it. And you?
To become a lawyer in future.
Want to become a lawyer. Okay, that's very good. Hopefully, you all achieve what you're saying. But to become all of those things, you have to, what you have to do, right? You have to put in the work, you have to put in the effort, the late hours, the midnight, getting up and studying and all of that. You have to do that, right? So
nice spelling bee on SLBC TV. We'll continue with the orientation. We'll continue as we have more participants. And the studio will continue with the orientation. It's that time of the year again. It's that time of the year again for the 7th National Spelling Bee competition in Sierra Leone, first at district level. The general public is encouraged to register their school or individual child for the district or a private school spelling bee by requesting for the Google form or WhatsApp numbers +232 79 71 77 62 88 780 700 76 37 4842. We are pleased to also inform the general public that registration for the private school spelling bee is ongoing. Registration for all forms of disability is free. For more information, please contact us on the WhatsApp numbers again, +232 76 37 4842 031 566 177 088 780, or you contact us at E12 Bacon Field or 97 Cambutong Waterloo or 55 Adelaide Street Mathematics Center. Sponsor or partner with Initiative in Capacity Building Association International, the Global Award winner and the founder of Spelling Bee in Sierra Leone. ICBAI is also the only accredited international organization for spelling bee in Sierra Leone. We are legally registered and internationally accredited and organized organization. ICBAI Spelling Bee, the global award winner, the best speaking program, Nasalone. I'll go straight to the Bee Master.
Okay. So we have another set of spellers in the studio, and would like to, as you have seen the ones before you, you also take the same pattern. Okay. So can you please introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Escobar. I am.
Quiet.
How old are you?
I am 8 years old.
What class are you in?
Grade 4.
What school are you attending?
Faith Gospel Nursery School.
Okay, that's very good. So what's your name, sir?
My name is Simon Bangua.
Okay.
I am in JSS2. I'm attending the Faith Gospel Junior Secondary School. Thank you.
Okay, and you, ma?
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Fatu Sise and I'm attending Methodist Girls High School.
Okay. So we have 3 very wonderful spellers here again, and we'd like to start with you. Can you introduce yourself again? Your name?
My name is Cecilia Escobar.
Okay. So Cecilia, you have 3 spellings to spell. Can we go ahead? Okay. Your first spelling for today will be zebra.
Zebra. Z-E-B-R-A.
Okay, that's very good. Your next spelling will be borrow.
Borrow. B-R-O-T-H-R-O-W.
Not quite. Borrow.
Borrow. B-R-O-T-H-R-O-W.
Can you go over that again? Borrow.
B-R-O-W.
Okay. The word borrow, Cecilia, is spelled as B-O-R-R-O-W. Borrow. And you know the rules. The rules are, I ask you a spelling, you pronounce the spelling, you spell, and then you pronounce it again. Okay? So let me remind you of that. So let's go. Your next spelling will be against.
Against. A-G-I-N. T.
Can you go over that again? Not quite. Against.
A-G-I-N-A-T.
No. One more time, please. Against.
A-G-I-N-A-T.
No, Cecilia, the word against is spelled as A-G-A-I-N-S-T. Against. Okay? Next time, better try, okay? And you, sir, your name again?
My name is Imran Bangura.
Imran Bangura?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Imran, you have 3 spellings to spell. Okay, your first spelling will be disguise.
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 Disguise. D-I-S-S-G-I-S-E. Disguise.
No, go over that again.
Disguise.
Yes.
D-I-S-S-G-I-S-E.
No, one more time, Imran.
Disguise.
Living in my agony.
D-I-S-S-G-I-R-S.
Imran, the word disguise is spelled as D-I-S-G-U-I-S-E. Disguise. Okay. Your next spelling will be boundary.
Boundary.
Yes.
Boundary. B-O-U-N-D-R boundary. B-O-U-N-D-R-E-E.
No. One more time, please.
Living in my
B-O-U-N-D-R-E.
Imran, the word boundary is spelled as B-O-U-N-D-A-R-Y, boundary. Okay, and your last word for today will be journal.
Journal, journal.
Okay, that's very good. Okay, hopefully, next week. That was a very good track. And you, your name again?
Fatou Sise.
Okay, Fatou Sise, you have 3 words to spell. Can we start with intimidate?
Intimidate. I-N-T-I-M-I-D-A-T-E, intimidate.
Okay, that's very good. Your next word will be primitive.
Primitive. P-R-I-M-I-T-I-V-E, primitive.
Okay, and your last word will be omniscient.
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 Omniscient. O-M-N-I-S-C-E-N-T, omniscient.
Go over that again. Omniscient.
Omniscient. O-M-N-I-S-E-N-T, omniscient.
One more time, please. You're missing a letter.
Omniscient. O-M-N-I-S-C-E-N-T, omniscient.
The word omniscient is spelled as O-M-N-I-S-C-I-E-N-T, omniscient. Okay, that was a very good try. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Making their dreams come true. Every year, hundreds of spellers step up on the stage of the ICBAI Spelling Bee in Sierra Leone. It takes hundreds of studying, rounds of local community, district, regional, national bees, and most importantly, our parents to help make their dreams possible. The whole country continue to fall under the spell of the bee, but not everyone knows how it starts. Throughout the school year, we bring educational content to teachers and partners with organizations in order to fulfill our purpose, to help students improve their spellings, increase their vocabularies, learn concepts, and develop correct English usage that will help them all. Our relationship with schools touch heads of schools, teachers, deputy directors of schools, inspectors of schools, conference of principals, head teachers council, and so on. Therefore, registration for the private school, western area, urban and rural, and district spelling bee is open. Our target is 300 primary and 300 secondary schools per district. For more inquiries, please contact us on +232 76 37 4842 88 780 700. Watch us live on SLBC TV Facebook page every Saturday from 1 to 2 p.m. Please comment and like and share our page. We will now go for a short break for you to be updated on the Intercontinental Spelling Bee in Dubai.
Living in my agony, watching my self-esteem go up in flames, acting like I don't care what anyone else thinks, when I know truthfully that that's the furthest thing from how I living in my agony, watching my self-esteem go up in flames, acting like I don't care what anyone else thinks, when I know truthfully that that's the furthest thing from how I
Live spelling bee on SLBC TV. I hope so when I watch the brief welcome for Miss Ambassador Isa Lucy Lawson. Yesterday she came back home with her plaque, trophy, certificate and medals. A proud parent and child. You know, we need for telling us small bits how the competition go on at Dubai. I hope so when I be watching live on the Saturday, but we for play and back for una today, but we not get on the screen, but we show now we get other one them we show now as time they go on. We try for edit time. It's sad for me una tell una say this year again now one great Pekin na ingo the Intercontinental Spelling Bee. You know, it's so heartbreaking with all the effort we they make as the organization, the founding organization at Sierra Leone. We do all the letters from last year. We don't try for this we letters the whole they send. As I tell you now, we get secret organizations today where they are there, where they get people out there and then they follow up on the letters, and it's like people are out there where they really do things, because I can remember somebody be right tell me say the spelling bee now APC and SLPP now war where APC and SLPP they pan and me self they pan with secret people there where I don't know. They send me the message. I don't even know the person will send me that message. Now this now I don't believe say really people that they war against me. Women not understand, women not know, women not affect nobody. I bring spelling bee in Sierra Leone, people that they laugh me. They say that me not know what I they do. After I don't do all what I don't do, me time, me money, me effort, people that pick their lives, they want to risk during all the crisis the way that they go on. Now people are out there, we want to get the glory. But me believe say God not just God. God then at the throne, they see, I know they fight nobody. I can look at times say I know they train nobody because I don't believe nobody, but I don't get me knowledge. I don't share them. I bring in more picking and come. Where I bring them come, they decide phone them a corner, pay them, they do all kinds of things. And I not go believe. From back we go Dubai, make I go me document then just disappear. Now office. The office because now picking there they deal with. I make her open to everybody. Anybody once you they come the Naya or you there with me, you can go to the office. How then document they disappear, only God knows. Go do my passport, I never get my passport on time, I make I not go. You not go believe I get call from international 3 organizations from Sierra Leone, they say they don't get phone for care picking and go. So not to salon no more than affect me. How long go they pardon warrior among we self na Sierra Leone? How Sierra Leone go? Nobody no one start. Nobody no one do the dirty work. It want to person company don't work. It don't play ball. Then in forget the glory. How Sierra Leone go better? So the people that clearly tell me, they say no, they don't go do that. The kind of relationship they call me, I know the organization they all, I know the people they all, but I left give them the benefit of the doubt. If waiting that they do, it's good for them, they go succeed over me. But if waiting that they do, it's not good. Me make you me paddy, me and you be paddy, you can't hear you, they suffer, you come with your organization. I help you for make you stand out. You feel say you for kill me, you for do me bad, for make another stand out. I call you say, dear Lord, come more put on together. Lord, we do something reputable in Sierra Leone. You feel say you go fight me behind that they do all kind of things. Now your reputation you deploy at international level. Now you self you deploy. Me Aissata Harding, me God, now a just God that deserve. 3 good organization, young people that get the big man and big woman the way they be there. I get all the details there. It just start like when they go there, say now for Aissata and go take funds. When they go there, make like say yes. Then when they go take and on, then they sit on Panam. The rat, pass the be say, Papa God, a blessed we where they do work with people. If I they do on for me self no more for me own selfish want and need. And they tell una where they out there. When they pass, una they siphon me phone them, una they hack into me phone, they do all kind of things for bring me down. Now una self go condom, una go get the rat tomorrow. But I'm glad and they give this update. I don't go and do it for don't do it on Facebook. People they don't tell me. I said now with the plan for the African spelling bee. I for don't do it, but I hate for give bad name for my country. So my name is all I have. If I go out there, they give all kind of bad name, but my country, they market my country bad. If they tell on me to man, and that I believe. I love Sierra Leone. I don't go ever sit out there they give bad name. I don't go call una name, but una know una self, me know una, and I know all who that they around this. Where they try for do all of this for bring Aissata Harding and in team down. I know una all. Anyone we can hear me today, una wait yourself and tomorrow. People that don't call me, they call spring. Why start spelling bee? Most of the one they all want call around me, they don't put money per spelling bee. Make anyone can tell me say he put money. Most of them maybe they give them money and they pay transport and they buy fuel for them. Why they work all my resources I don't spend up per spelling bee. Then they feel say now for bring me down as usual. For make where I get competition, they make like they get competition. You don't come, you say you get your spelling bee. I don't care. So many say you don't go take money. They don't call you, they don't call me, they don't tell you, say, go to Mrs. Harding, make you reconcile with her. Una work together as one. You say you know they work with me. You say take international level, you forfeit me. Now you say feed the fet and your generation yet unborn. And they tell una this for free now on ERD. Una mark me words. I know they fet nobody. I know they compete with nobody and they do this. I for don't left spelling bee. Now so when I start Kabaslot and Kotoku fashion show in Sierra Leone. Everybody was like this and that. Now who done the benefit? Now Sierra Leoneans. Most of the content they work out with Sierra Leone, who done the benefit out of them? Most of una out there, una get big positions. Una get big offices them. Una they travel go overseas. Una know they use una IQ them. Una get BA, una get doctorate, una get this. Why not me una forfeit? Me I just small minute person. And they do this out of passion, out of love for mankind. So if una say una go do anything at international level, I just they look una give una the benefit of the doubt. I know all una wait to serve them. So una try wait to una depart. One fine day, the international then and then say go prosecute una at BBC level. Make una another one day. Yes, you can please tell me small about how we receive with ambassador yesterday. How you see him?
Well, as we all done here, we sole competitor, we've been able to make to the Dubai Global Spelling Bee this year in return home yesterday at around 8 at around 8 p.m. Annette, and we've been day as a team from ICBAI. We did it for collect time, and she felt really appreciated. She sent love messages about that she felt special and all, and we were very, we were proud of her because she went there, she did her homework, and then she came back home with with trophies. She came back home well represented because I reckon she won the best African speller, and she came with plaques, she came with certificates. It was a really nice experience. And there's some media intakes that we took from there are some media intakes that we took from the program yesterday, but unfortunately we won't be able to show most of them. But I'm glad to see that we were represented well at the spelling bee, the global spelling bee, and our only regret is not sending more participants for this year's edition, because we believe that if we would have gone in our numbers, we would have done she already did exploits, but we would have done more and more, because we also have more talents like her, which the spelling bee is grooming, and we're hoping that this year it won't be only her, but it will be our whole team, which will be Team Sierra Leone, going there. They'll bear the name of the country and all of that, but it wasn't possible. It wasn't made possible due to some unforeseen circumstances, and we pray that as we continue as a country, that we may progress, that we make progress. We are looking forward to the African Spelling Bee right now, which is our sole focus at this point in time, and we are hoping that with this African Spelling Bee on the table, we are praying that we get better funding, better accommodation, so that we can send more participants in, and we can fly Sierra Leone's flag very high. And we are hoping that we get cooperation from the public, the government, and individuals as well.
Thank you very much. We really need Una support as Sierra Leoneans. There are times, how the trends they go can make Akiwan give up, but only God, now they give me the strength, now they give me the courage, and now they give me the passion. Because as of now, anybody tell you say I they make money out of spelling bee, I not go say I know they make them, but I they make money in the sense where they appease me. The human development where I they make, the human capital development where I they make in Sierra Leone, not only in Sierra Leone, worldwide, because even at international level, I got people that will go call me, people that they where they meet. They don't want they sabi me, I don't want they see them, and go tell me say, they don't know follow up, they know everything waiting they go on. Then lead small picky how they go. If rightfully the right support when they come, I don't believe say Boku where they na the slum where they drug today, they like it today, they go they pa push, they go they pa bad thing, they will come woman them, we picking them where they out there, and then go they panam. But I can always say most times, even the institutions themselves hypocrites. They're very, very hypocrite. Una can salon, una say na education una the support. You got the one that will say education for all. They got for the spelling bee na the nobody, it's not hypocrite. Spelling bee na the basic of education. If really international bodies them, international organizations them can for make them go help the government of the day, for make them get a very good quality and sustainable education at Sierra Leone. I believe say them go sponsor it by ICBAI spelling bee. But they know their sleeves, they know what they do. Because when they get the funds, they take and they shape them. They shape them, they use them on that. And when time ready, then funds they way that they give outside when they go for spelling bee. You know they can't, you know they able for do cater for the one they cater for. Tomorrow, now that they write, say they report the all, now they give say, now government they sponsor. When they want the way they sponsor, they don't achieve the goal. But they all will get the wrath of God. Every day we fast and pray. Every now and then we fast and pray. I no can compete with nobody. All the same, and they call on Sierra Leoneans there again. And they call on everybody in Sierra Leone. We really love education. We really love humanity. We're not hypocrites. Make them support the African Spelling Bee. The African Spelling Bee now in November. We focus 6 picking and go and 2 chaperone. Anybody we want support we make nobody not go to you say give me I go give I sat had in a lie, you know they give me. Make nobody not go tell you say now in they support me. Nobody not they support me secretly. If I not say thank you to my board members, these recent board members, especially the chairman and some other board members them, and Rokel Commercial Bank in particular, we thank Una. We also glad for tell Una say the district spelling bee for be the 18th and 19th October. But due to all this waiting, we go push on to the 26th of October, when at the last Saturday in October. So we encourage all schools. Any school can take part by the district spelling bee, be it private school spelling bee, be it private school, government assisted, government school. The winning prize now 10 million euros. Registration they on now. Go register with we now E12 Bacon Field, or you call we on 076 374842 088 780 700 071 079 717762. Una go register and collect una list of words. Or una can kanaya on Saturday 12:30. Then una can register and get una list of words for make una go today una picking them. Now after the Western Urban Spelling Bee on the 26th, we they go Bow because Bow people they don't register. We go reschedule the dates for Bow. We go reschedule for Kenema. We go reschedule for all the districts because we must go around by God's grace. Now all the districts. Live spelling bee on SLBC TV. And a heartfelt talk and the talk today. We encourage everybody. Nevertheless, together we will able to develop Sierra Leone, not to for faith, not to for kill you company, not to for do you company bad. For make with that we not go ever develop Sierra Leone. We go just they go backward. Until we meet again on Saturday. Bye bye.
Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, a reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
My name is Daphne Kimamakoli and I'm a reporter, presenter, producer, and I am a voice at the state broadcaster, the SLBC.
My name is Samuel Bangwa, a camera operator at SLBC. I always capture the scene you see on TV. So stay glued to the public broadcaster.
My name is Abdul Kabia, a news anchor and sports producer at SLBC.
Hello, I am Esther Mahisama, reporter and presenter of SLBC Sport.
I am Princess Gibson, executive producer, radio, gatekeeping, radio content, producer, public squire, your program that brings you conversation on topical issues, and also presents our breakfast show, Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Hello, my name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. I am a television producer at the SLBC. I also read the news on television and present the podium on television too. I also announce on radio. Stay tuned to the SLBC.
Providing authentic information has been one of the pillars that SLBC relies on. I am Mohamed Simbeko Omar, a reporter who has developed insatiable appetite for human interest stories. Continue to stay with Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation for your best in broadcast journalism.
As a public broadcaster, we believe in giving out objective stories, and your interest is our concern. I am Moses Sile Conte, a reporter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned.
Sierra Leone, or Salone, is a country with a rich, intriguing and sometimes tragic history. Although the name Sierra Leone may invoke memories of its recent struggles such as the civil war at the end of the 20th century and the recent Ebola epidemic, there are other important episodes in this country's history that have shaped the way it is today. Like many other African nations, slavery and colonisation unfortunately play a key role in Sierra Leonean history. However, strives for freedom and the development of a diverse society are also integral to the story of Sierra Leone's past. So, without further ado, here is a brief history of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a country in West Africa, with Guinea bordering to the north and Liberia to the south. Little is known of early Sierra Leonean history due to limited archaeological data. However, what is clear is that the area of land we now call Sierra Leone has been inhabited for perhaps 3,000 years or more. For years, this land remained relatively sheltered from the outside world. In this time, a number of tribal cultures had developed, such as the Shebro, Limba, Loko and Temne, all of whom remain living in Sierra Leone today. Nevertheless, such isolation from the outside world would begin to change. In the 1400s, the Portuguese were prominent global explorers and had made various interactions with people up and down the West African coast. Indeed, the origins of the name Sierra Leone can be traced back to the Portuguese, as it supposedly hails from 1462, when Portuguese sailor Pedro da Sintra was exploring the western peninsula of Sierra Leone. Upon seeing the area, he named it Serra Leoa, which can be translated to Lion Mountains in English. Although the reasoning for the naming is debated, it is theorised that the thunderstorms that occurred on the Sierra Leonean coast sounded like the roar of a lion to the Portuguese sailors. An alternative theory is that the land formations of the mountainous western area resembled a lion. Serra Leoa provides the origins for the name Sierra Leone, which is an evolution from the original label. Outside influence also came in the shape of the Mane invasions in the mid-1500s. The Mane people hailed from the Malian Empire and were led by Queen Masariko. Due to their military organisation and superior weaponry, they were able to conquer large swathes of modern-day Sierra Leone by 1555, notably the coastal regions. Nevertheless, these invasions are hugely culturally significant to the makeup of modern-day Sierra Leone. For example, the Mende people, who account for roughly 30% of Sierra Leone's population, have been greatly linguistically and culturally influenced by the Mane. Gradually, over time, the Mane assimilated into the population of the existing tribal structure in the region. Throughout this period, Islam also began to gain more influence in the area, with Muslim missionaries, traders and teachers from the East peacefully spreading the religion. Due to this, Islam remains the largest religion in Sierra Leone today, accounting for about 78% of the population. Despite the earliest European interactions in the area coming from the Portuguese, the Western power that has had by far the greatest impact on Sierra Leonean history is Britain. Although the British traded with the indigenous peoples for other goods, Britain's main interest was the trading of slaves. The capturing of slaves in Sierra Leone can be traced back to the Elizabethan era and further, where notable English privateers such as John Hawkins and Francis Drake captured slaves from Sierra Leone. Between the 1500s and 1800, the taking of slaves flourished, with the British and other European powers acquiring people through either capture or trade with local tribes. Despite being tough to quantify, it is estimated that over 12 million slaves were taken from West Africa to the Americas, and as Sierra Leone was one of the main areas in which European powers sought slaves from, it is safe to assume that a significant proportion of those slaves came from Sierra Leone. Remnants of the heavy impact that the slave trade had on Sierra Leone can still be seen today in the form of the fort at Bunce Island built in the 1670s. For example, it is estimated that 50,000 slaves were transported out of Bunce Island Fort alone. Slavery as an institution would have a profound effect on West Africa and Sierra Leone especially. Many in the region suffered and died as a result of the slave trade. However, the western area of Sierra Leone would soon become a place in which freed slaves from various places in the Americas and Britain would return. With increasing abolitionist sentiment in England, the attention of prominent abolitionists such as Granville Sharp turned to the resettling of former slaves in Africa. In 1787, the first attempt to establish a colony for freed slaves in the western area came in the form of the establishment of Granville Town, named after Sharp. However, this first resettlement failed due to poor conditions and hostility from local sub-chiefs, amongst other factors. A successful colony would later be set up in 1791 by the British-formed Sierra Leone Company. The occupants of this colony were some people left over from the failed Granville Town settlement and freed slaves from Nova Scotia, many of whom had fought in order to earn their freedom in the American War of Independence. Over 1,000 freed slaves travelled from Nova Scotia and named their new settlement Freetown, the modern-day capital, to emblemise their freedom and new life. The settlement did encounter troubles in its earlier years, in the form of internal divisions between the Sierra Leone Company and the settlers. However, the numbers in the colony were bolstered by the Maroons in 1800, who had fought for their freedom from slavery in Jamaica. The culture of the Maroons can still be seen in Sierra Leone to this day, in the form of St. John's Maroon Church in Freetown. In 1808, the British state took full control of the western area, establishing the British Crown Colony of Sierra Leone. After the abolition of the slave trade in the British Empire in 1807, the population of Freetown was gradually added to through the repatriation of people taken from captured slave ships. This contributed to the population of the colony increasing to 40,000 in 1840. The freed slave inhabitants of the western area would go on to be called Creoles, whose culture is reflected by both their African ancestry and their experiences with slavery. The relative early success of Freetown Colony led to the establishment of institutions such as Foro Bay College in 1827, the oldest university in West Africa. Despite British control of the western area during this period, their influence over the rest of the region that covers modern-day Sierra Leone remained relatively limited at the beginning of the 19th century. However, this would gradually begin to change, with the British exerting further influence into the rest of the area through force and treating with local tribes. It is worth noting that although the slave trade in the British Empire was abolished, illegal slave trading off the Sierra Leonean coast continued long after 1807. Perhaps one of the most notable stories stemming from this continued slavery is that of the revolt on La Amistad, one of the most prominent slave revolts in global history. In 1839, Mende, who were captured from Sierra Leone, revolted against their Spanish captors on board La Amistad and took control of the ship. After their successful revolt, the Sierra Leoneans chose to leave a few of the Spanish shipmasters alive with the intention to navigate back to Africa. However, they were tricked by the Spanish, who directed them towards the United States, where they eventually landed in Long Island, New York. The Mende captives were subsequently jailed in New Haven, Connecticut, and a diplomatic and legal battle ensued surrounding the situation to the Sierra Leoneans, focusing on whether they were free men and women or property of the Spanish. After taking their case to the United States Supreme Court, the Mende won their freedom and were able to return to their lives in Africa. Sengbe Pie was the instigator of the rebellion aboard the ship, which made Pie the leader of the only successful slave ship revolt where the captives returned to Africa in American history. For this reason, Sengbe Pie is one of the most revered figures in freed slave history and a symbol of global freedom to this day.
This is a History YouTubers collaboration on Africa. Be sure to check out the entire playlist in the description below. Africa, where the human story began. Yet, for most of us here in the West, we know less of African history than anywhere else on Earth. Nowhere is this more true than in the South, where spoken history and oral tradition have long reigned supreme. When Europeans first came here in the 1800s, such was their fixation on the written word that it was argued this place had no history at all. One of those men was a German-American big game hunter named Adam Render. Whilst hunting in the highlands of the interior in 1867, he found something astonishing. 1,500 kilometres inland, on the highland plateau of modern-day Zimbabwe, surrounded by an endless array of massive rocks in a seemingly barren landscape, he found the ruins of a magnificent ancient city. Crafted in expertly worked stone. The walls here curve and flow along the contours of the ground, with nothing besides gravity and the extreme architectural precision of those who built them to keep them in place. The most formidable structure of the city, known as the Great Enclosure, has walls 11 metres tall and 6 metres wide at the lowest point, that extend for 250 metres, built using millions of bricks. This is the largest pre-modern structure to the south of the Sahara Desert. Render wasn't the first European to come upon this place. More than 300 years earlier, several Portuguese sailors describe the city in detail. One of them arguing that it must have been built by the devil himself. Such was the foreboding architecture of the place. It existed in local legend too, of course, the Shona people of the region continuing to retell their past in song and story. The city had never been lost to them. As far as they were concerned, it was a place of their ancestors. Yet, when German explorer Karl Mauch arrived in the area to conduct the first archaeological survey in 1871, he concluded that the city was so impressive it could never have been built by native Africans, instead associating it with the long hypothesized biblical site of King Solomon's Mines. At the time, it was widely believed that Africans south of the Sahara simply never had the sophistication needed to smelt iron, work gold, or build a kingdom. Over the decades to come, though a number of scholars did argue to the contrary, the white minority government of Southern Africa continued to toe this line, with arguments to the city's origins ranging from the Queen of Sheba to long-lost Phoenicians to ancient Egypt. Finally, by the mid-20th century, the growing weight of evidence could simply not be ignored any longer. Great Zimbabwe, as the site was now known, once home to between 18 and 25,000 people, had in fact been built by Africans. Not only that, but this city was part of a much larger system, being the centre of a rich African trading kingdom between the 11th and 15th centuries, now thought to have dominated all of the lands from the Zambezi to the Limpopo rivers, including much of modern-day Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Alongside a huge amount of native pottery and metalwork, items have been found here from China, Persia, and all over the Indian Ocean trade network. Though it is the largest stone town of its type in southern Africa, Great Zimbabwe is not the first nor the last. In fact, some 200 others exist across the region, most containing similar styles of architecture, suggesting a long-lasting and widespread culture, the descendants of which now live all across southern Africa, having dispersed into many groups and nations. The ruin even gave its name to the country of Zimbabwe when it became independent in 1980. But why is this place not more widely known? Well, until the 1970s, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, the official government line in Rhodesia was that Great Zimbabwe was a mystery. This is a story that was very nearly lost forever, and has only begun to be taught in African school curriculums in the last few decades, let alone in the West. This is the story of Great Zimbabwe and the first cities of southern Africa. This video is sponsored by Magellan TV, a brand new educational streaming service with over 2,000 documentaries to watch on all manner of different subjects. Magellan's producers and curators have brought together an astounding collection of documentaries on history, science, nature, culture, and geography. These include films, series, and exclusive playlists you can't find anywhere else. Like Netflix, this is a streaming service, but made just for documentary lovers and knowledge seekers. You can watch Magellan anywhere at any time on any device, directly through the high-quality app, which also offers a wide selection of content in 4K at no extra cost. There are no ads or limited access at any time, and the best part, new documentaries are added on a weekly basis. If you enjoy this video on Great Zimbabwe, then why don't you delve a little further into African history, with Origins of Africa, Africa's Primeval Oceans, and Africa Today, along with a whole host of other historical content. Those of you who head on over to magellantv.com/historytime or use my link in the description below will get a free trial. So what are you waiting for? Head on over and get yourself some free knowledge. When the Romans took control of Egypt during the 1st century BC, they came into direct contact with an ocean-borne world to the south and the east. Here, on the lush shores of the Red Sea, and across the Indian Ocean beyond, existed an ancient system of trade, one of the most important crossroads in world history. For those daring enough to attempt the voyage from southern Arabia across to the multitude of emporiums on India's western coast, a fortune could be made. And then, due to the curious monsoon winds of the sea, if all went to plan, they could be blown all the way back to where they started, with little effort. Sometime between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD, a hard-headed Greek sea captain made a record of the various ports and anchorages across this vast ocean of opportunity. We know it as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. That unnamed merchant sailor, clearly a veteran of the trade winds, not only describes a huge multitude and China. In the next century, this city-building civilization with links to the Middle East lasting thousands of years would become one of the first Christian powers in the world. Further south, in modern-day Somalia, a multitude of other cities are described. Until finally, we get to our southernmost port. Rapta. Somewhere on the coast of modern-day Tanzania. The great 2nd century geographer Ptolemy also describes the lands further inland from here, suggesting Alexandria's the lands further inland from here, suggesting Alexandrian travellers knew of Mount Kilimanjaro and the Great Lakes region where the Nile originates. It's more than likely that they first made port at the trading emporium of Rapta. According to the Periplus, a source of ivory, tortoise shell and rhino horn, items often originating far inland. Perhaps an outpost of the Himyarite kingdom of Yemen. Historian James Innes Miller argues that Rapta may have once formed a vital trade link between modern-day Indonesia and consumers in the Mediterranean. For centuries, the location of Rapta was thought to have been lost, and it is still debated today. In recent decades, however, Tanzanian archaeologist Dr. Felix Chami discovered on the island of Mafia and Shuani a heavy concentration of Roman and Egyptian coins dating from the first few centuries AD, suggesting this may have been the location of the lost trading hub. From the 4th until the 9th centuries, as Rome declined, East Africa largely disappears from the Western historical record. Though Rapta does seem to have survived for a time, being mentioned by the 6th century trader Cosmas Indicopleistes and by Stephanus of Byzantium. Yet, by this time, most of the merchants active in this region originated in southern Arabia. Thus, with the birth of Islam in the 7th century, it was Islamic traders who began to dominate the coastal routes. Now, finally, we have our first mention of native Africans along the southern African coastline. A Bantu-speaking group of farmers and fishermen known as the Swahili. The Swahili language, the word itself coming from the Arabic for coast, is a melting pot, reflecting the diverse groups of peoples who plied this coast, also containing Indian and even Portuguese words. By the 9th century, all along modern-day Somalia, Kenya and Tanzania, urbanized Islamic communities began to form, building in stone and in coral. Long thought to have been built by Islamic emigres, modern archaeology and even contemporary accounts now heavily suggest that though Islamic in origin, this was a native African tradition. Perhaps the most important of these sites now sits on a remote Tanzanian island, the ruined city of Kilwa Kisiwani, settled from around the 9th century onwards. Often referred to as a stone town, Kilwa is in fact built in coral, cut from the living rock itself and then plastered over. The coral architecture here, contemporary with Gothic architecture in Europe, is not only beautiful, but technically sophisticated. Ibn Battuta visited here in the 14th century. He described the Great Mosque as one of the wonders of the world. When the Portuguese came later, they wrote of the 100-room palace of the Sultan. Along with possessing a vast fortune of innumerable precious stones and gold, the Sultans of Kilwa even minted their own coins, the first in southern Africa. This was a period of remarkable prosperity, with merchants here able to import such luxury goods as Thai stoneware and porcelain from late Sung and early Ming dynasty China. And, crucially for us, they traded them with merchants from the hinterlands. At this port in modern-day Tanzania, traders from the outer world, India, China and Arabia, would all come to sell their wares. But they weren't the source of Kilwa's wealth, for the merchants here were middlemen. The source of their trade goods lay far away in the interior. On the highland plateau of Zimbabwe, 1,500 kilometres away, where coins from Kilwa have been found alongside items from China, Persia and Arabia. Though even before the rise of Great Zimbabwe in the 11th century, we get hints of a long-standing trade relationship with the interior, a thriving system perhaps dating back to the time of Rapta. The great Islamic traveller and geographical writer Al-Masudi, who journeyed in person down the East African coast in around 922, recorded a substantial trade in ivory and gold with the interior at this time. The king of this interior realm bore such titles as Son of the Great Master, the God of the earth and sky, and was the foremost of all African rulers known by the Arabs. In other words, he was most certainly a follower of native African religion, as we shall see were the builders of Great Zimbabwe. In the 1970s, in modern-day Mozambique, a vital link between the coast and the interior was discovered, in the form of a medieval walled city. Manyakeni, a Bantu word meaning the place where people give to each other, was a stone-built capital site, and crucially for our story, gold wasn't just a commodity here, it was buried with the dead. Just as it was at Great Zimbabwe, reflecting a non-Islamic African tradition. A unique type of cattle-feeding grass grows here too, a type originating on the Zimbabwean highlands and not found anywhere else in Mozambique, leading experts to suggest that this was an outpost of Great Zimbabwe. In a devastating twist, the museum holding the priceless artefacts excavated here was destroyed in a fire. Not the first or the last time elements of African history were lost forever. When Europeans first began carving up southern Africa in the 1800s, a lack of written history made it easier for them to justify their civilizing mission, mostly ignoring the often inconvenient oral history of the place. Today, by using modern archaeological techniques, and by investigating the fragments of oral history that do survive, we can arrive at a somewhat basic picture of the history of this land. just as Greek and Indian sailors crossed over the Erythraean Sea to make their fortunes in the first few centuries AD. Another migration took hold over much of Africa. We know this period as the Bantu migrations. Climatological data tells us that the Sahara Desert suffered a significant drying up around this time, in part leading to a mass population movement to the south, and eventual revolution in metalworking and society throughout the continent. As early as 300 AD, certain Iron Age Bantu pastoralists got as far south as the Limpopo River, on the border of modern-day South Africa, bringing their herd animals secrets of metalworking and perhaps the legacy of Sudanic kingship and kingdom building to the region for the first time. More groups continued to arrive from the Great Lakes region over the centuries to come, either displacing or merging with existing hunter-gatherer groups. Until finally, by around 900 AD, complex, sedentary states began to form, many of which share a common material culture. One of these sites, occupied from at least the 9th century onwards, the same time Kilwa put down its roots on the coast, gives its name to this entire culture. Discovered on a small hilltop near the town of Bulawayo in 1947, Leopard's Kopje is a relatively small site, though one with notable evidence of metalworking, insular pottery, building in stone, and, as time went on, trade. The staple diet for most people remained agricultural produce, sorghum, millet, beans and squash, though cattle raising became an important economic force, clearly demonstrated by cattle pens in most villages being the major meeting place and ceremonial centre, and by the miniature figurines of long-horned cows and cattle horns, evidence of a pre-Christian and pre-Islamic African civilization, the direct ancestors of today's Shona people, the largest ethnic group in modern-day Zimbabwe. A multitude of rival towns likely existed at this time, all vying with each other for lucrative trade rights with the Swahili coast. For our story, one of the most important of these early stone towns is a site known today as Schroeder, named for the farm it was found on. Modest Schroeder may seem, yet this settlement is the first link in a chain eventually leading to the architecture of Great Zimbabwe. In many Bantu areas today, and other pastoralist groups all over the world, people still measure wealth in terms of how many cattle you own, still being used as dowries in many cases. Even today, business and important meetings are still often undertaken in the cattle corral, the centre of the community. Just over 1,000 years ago, it was this fixation that may have led to the formation of the region's first elites. Only the richest could afford each other's bride prices, thus setting them as a people apart. At Schroeder and other sites in the Limpopo Valley, we have archaeological evidence of the jump from pastoralist farmers to complex, centralised state, increasingly dependent on the ivory trade with the East. Vitally, more glass beads are found at this site than anywhere else in the area at this time, suggesting a monopoly over trade with the Swahili coast, which may have exhausted ivory links further east to the sea, and been forced to look further inland as a result. thus kick-starting this societal shift. At Schroeder, these travelling merchants found good trading partners, and the elites became rich. It's thought by some scholars that glass beads may have even begun to replace cattle as a form of currency. It is also this time that gold mining begins. Was this the native African kingdom spoken of by al-Masudi? With great prosperity, however, always comes a price. The new elites at Schroeder had effectively placed a target on their backs. By around 1000 AD, a new group, attracted by Schroeder's wealth and trade with the outside world, moved in and conquered the area, pushing the people of Schroeder away to the west and establishing their own settlement, complete with a cattle corral. We know it as K2. A particularly large site, K2 has an especially rich material culture, suggesting a powerful elite here with an increasingly important class distinction between social groups. Manufacturers here even began making their own beads, perhaps having seized the means of how to do so from traders of the coast. Another important leap begins here too, as gold is mined in far greater frequencies than before. Perhaps after the people here realised the high prices it could get from the traders from the Swahili coast. As more gold was mined, trade increased dramatically, attracting more and more people to the area. Cattle was now no longer the sole determinant of wealth, and corrals began to make way for law and royal trade courts. By around 1075, something astonishing happens. The royal elite at K2 seem to have made a conscious decision to separate themselves from their ever-growing population of subjects, relocating permanently to a nearby hilltop, a site that may have been used previously for ceremonial purposes. We know it today as Mapungubwe Hill, meaning place of stone and place of jackals in the local languages. The beating heart of South Central Africa's first verifiable kingdom. On an imposing hilltop at the very northern tip of modern-day South Africa exists one of the most important archaeological sites in the whole of the continent. For this is where kingship in the south truly began. Here, at the meeting point between the Limpopo and the Shashi rivers, once existed the thriving capital of a pre-colonial kingdom. The wooden and stone structures that once filled this landscape are now long gone. Yet evidence does remain, etched into the barren earth and the living rock. 900 years ago, stone and wood were used here together, creating a beautiful synthesis of humanity and nature. Archaeologists found evidence here of a grand stone enclosure, not too different to the one at Great Zimbabwe, as well as a wooden palisade wall built for defence and for the privacy of the elite. For the royal family here were very much a people apart. Just like at Manyakeni and at Great Zimbabwe, they were laid to rest with gold. Most of the city's population would have lived inside an enclosing wall on the plains below the hilltop. Spatial organisation in the kingdom involved the use of stone walls to separate areas based on social distinction for the first time, a system that would later be replicated in countless other sites, up until the 19th century. The common people would come up to pay tribute or bring supplies, but mostly they would stay down below. the growth in population here may have led to full-time specialists in ceramics, specifically pottery, but also metalworking, most of which is lost today due to neglect and treasure hunting in the early 20th century, though some does survive, hinting at an astonishing material culture. Gold is an easier material to smelt than iron, which had already been mastered by Bantu for centuries. Goldworking thus came naturally to these people, with significant evidence of mining found from this era, and gold itself became extremely important, perhaps taking on a ritualistic, spiritual quality, being valued for more than just its monetary price, and buried with rulers. It was also gold that attracted people back here in the late 1800s and early 1900s, leading to the widespread looting and melting down of gold items. It is a wonder that this golden rhino, buried on top of the hill, has survived to the present. One of the most iconic artifacts of the site, thought to represent a black rhino, an animal associated with the ancestors in Shona tradition, spent most of the 20th century locked away in a storeroom at Pretoria University. At least 24 skeletons were unearthed on Mapungubwe Hill in the 1930s. We don't know any of their names, or even the name they called themselves as a people, and most of them disintegrated almost as soon as they were exposed to light and air. 11, however, were available for analysis. Recent genetic studies found that 2 individuals, a male and a female, were in fact of Khoisan descent and thought to be a king and queen of the city. All of the bodies were laid to rest in the traditional Bantu burial position, with legs drawn to the chest, arms folded around the front of the knees and facing to the west. One was found with this beautiful gold mace or scepter, another with this golden headdress, once thought to be a ceremonial bowl. We can only wonder what other items once rested here. Up until well into the 20th century, local tradition here still saw Mapungubwe Hill as a cursed, dangerous place, with the potential repercussions for trespassing including death and going blind. It was these superstitions, perhaps a leftover of the ritualization of sacred kingship, that saved the burial grounds here from grave robbers for so long. For the king here was loved, feared, and perhaps at times worshipped by his people. For he held the power to distribute wealth. This was the secret to the kingdom's success, how it stayed together for so long, and why he and his family had to live apart from their subjects. This tradition of common people below and the ruling family living on a hilltop above was carried on at later sites such as Great Zimbabwe, and is also found at other contemporary sites such as Mapela, found in 1967, though it remains unclear what the connection between the two was. Many experts think the king may have been a priestly figure, with his family members doing the day-to-day running of the state in the city below, and he performing more of a ceremonial role. The city below probably housed a population of up to 5,000 people, with a number of outlying settlements. The sheer wealth and unique material culture discovered here and at other sites suggests a kingdom dominating the Limpopo Valley, potentially spanning an area some 30,000 kilometres in size. An area no doubt kept in line through military prowess. There is a reason why we don't know much about Mapungubwe. Like Great Zimbabwe, the first archaeologist to undertake research here went into the dig with preconceived notions of what he was about to find. For he was Guy Gardiner, and as far as he was concerned, this was a long-lost ancient Egyptian colony. From 1935 until 1940, Gardiner worked at the site largely alone, with a modest team of African diggers. And according to many historians, such was the lack of care given that the wheelbarrows of topsoil dug up were only sifted every now and again, for the most part being thrown off the side of the hill in the search for larger items. Vital knowledge being lost forever in the process. Mapungubwe remained a little-known obscure site, and Gardiner's findings were only published 23 years later. It would be many years yet before the native African roots of this site would be recognised. We know not the names of any of the kings who ruled here, and soon enough their time was up. Perhaps the kingdom fell in battle, perhaps the ivory or gold ran out, or the cities of the Swahili coast found new trading partners. For many experts, however, it was climatic conditions that ended life at Mapungubwe, the Little Ice Age making life simply not feasible here anymore. By 1290, the place was abandoned for good, with the last of its inhabitants moving on to better climes. To the north, on the Zimbabwean plateau, one of these sites was about to enter a golden age, for a new kingdom was on the rise. In 1905, British archaeologist David Randall MacIver arrived at Great Zimbabwe to embark on a new analysis of the city. The previous century had not been kind to the heritage of the Zimbabwean plateau, with the pickaxes of gold prospectors soon being followed by the spades of looters. Perhaps the most notorious of these, two Brits named Neil and Johnson, founders of the Rhodesian Ancient Ruins Company, made an absolute fortune from amassing irreplaceable medieval gold from the region before melting it down into ingots, around 50 kilos in all. In the late 19th century, any artefacts lying near to the topsoil at Great Zimbabwe suffered a similar fate. In 1904, a freelance scholar named R.N. Hall, convinced that the place was originally a Phoenician city, removed as much as 12 feet of topsoil and occupation layers in order to get down to what he saw as the ancient layers below, referring to the occupation layers of the Shona city as African detritus, throwing it away into the surrounding bush. Yet, nevertheless, when MacIver arrived at the site, the city was so large that more than enough evidence remained to conduct his analysis. Having no preconceived notions of what he would find at the site, instead simply taking the evidence at face value, he found absolutely nothing to suggest that the site hadn't in fact been built by Africans. The issue remained a controversial one, however, and MacIver's stance far from a fully established consensus. Yet in 1929, another dig undertaken by Gertrude Thompson came to much the same conclusions. And finally, in the 1950s, Peter Garlake, with the aid of carbon-14 dating, put the matter to rest once and for all. Though he himself was forced to leave the country in 1970, everywhere besides Rhodesia now agreed. Great Zimbabwe, medieval city that thrived from the 11th to the 15th centuries, had been built and lived in by Africans. For Garlake, the evidence overwhelmingly suggested that the rulers of Great Zimbabwe had been a tightly organised aristocratic kinship group possessing a court culture, existing alongside numerous other Shona groups and traditions. The sheer size and material wealth at the site suggests a monopoly over internal and external trade in the region, and very probably a long-term military, economic and social dominance over the entire plateau, heavily fortified by religious power and devotion. Situated at the southeastern end of the Zimbabwean plateau, Great Zimbabwe wasn't actually in the gold-producing areas which extended around it in a wide arc. These were already well established by the time that it was built. It was a site chosen on purpose due to its temperate climate and varied agricultural potential, midway between dry grazing lands and damp valleys. On a crossroads that captures the moist southeast trade winds from the coast, and receives unusually constant and reliable rainfall as a result. The place was at the centre of an internal system of trade, as well as the external one it had monopoly over. Significant evidence exists of raw products from the entire plateau being brought here in order to be reworked by master craftspeople. And records prior to its looting in the 19th century show that the site was a centre of craft and industry. Metal bracelets and bangles in various states of production were found all over the hill ruin and the great enclosure, along with gold beads, gold wire, and thin sheets of gold thought to cover buildings. Cotton was spun and woven here, evidenced by many spindles found all over the site. And local soapstone was used to make, amongst other things, flat dishes engraved with beautiful carvings of long-horned cattle, zebras, baboons, and other animals. Terracotta models are found of animals too, mostly in the form of cattle, reminiscent of earlier finds at sites of the Leopard's Kopje culture. Perhaps the most impressive finds of all, however, were made in 1902. A hoard of trade goods that not only exemplify overseas contacts, but were sufficiently important enough to qualify as more than African detritus. A great quantity of iron, copper, bronze and gold was found, along with 3 iron gongs, musical instruments associated with kingship in Shona and Bantu tradition, and various iron hoes, other items often associated with Shona kingship. Most important of all, however, were the mysterious soapstone bird carvings that are found nowhere else before and nowhere else after, seeming to be completely unique. Thought to represent African fish eagles, the statues, 9 of which have been found, some of them the size of a person, may represent divine messengers, a link between the earth and the sky, or even symbolic images of the ancestors. They are now on the flag of modern-day Zimbabwe. Alongside these native finds was a vast plethora of foreign goods, mostly dating from the 14th or 15th centuries, thought to be the heyday of the city. Cowrie shells from the Indian Ocean, a Persian bowl bearing an Arabic inscription, Chinese celadon and stoneware vessels, and tens of thousands of glass trade beads. Perhaps this was tribute received by the ruler here, a tiny hint of the immense amounts of trade that once went on. though slightly later than the period of Great Zimbabwe's height. In 1517, we get a near contemporary description of those who lived on the Zimbabwean plateau, from the Portuguese writer Duarte Barbosa. The brother-in-law of Ferdinand Magellan, the first circumnavigator of the globe, Barbosa spent much time on the Swahili coast during the early 16th century. According to him, emissaries from the interior regularly came to the coastal ports to buy cottons from India and silks from China. The most noble of these wore skins with tassel tails that trailed on the ground, tokens of their dignity and status. They carried swords thrust into wooden scabbards, bound with much gold and other metals. Others carried spears or bows with arrows of finely pointed iron, for they are warlike men as well as great traders. Their court was 3 weeks' journey away inland, and there stood the king's palace, a very large building, curious and well constructed, in which no cement can be seen, well known as the King's Zimbabwe, meaning big house of stone. The wealth of the city was indeed derived from exports. We can clearly see a huge enrichment of the whole site sometime in the 13th century, with jewellery of gold, ingots of copper, imported Chinese porcelain and Persian glazed wares all arriving at this time, curiously coinciding with the decline of Mapungubwe. Had the elites there relocated to Great Zimbabwe? Or had the Great Zimbabwe elite simply usurped the trade links from their rivals? For most people, however, life remained largely the same, with wealth being reinvested in cattle, pastured on the southern slopes of the plateau, and moved up and downhill in a transhuman lifestyle. The rulers, of course, lived a life apart. They could use imported goods such as rich textiles to reward their followers, and to fund the colossal enclosures we can still see today. More outposts were built during this time too, commanding the places of pasturage and gold production to the north, all the hallmarks of an expanding kingdom. Permanent settlement at Great Zimbabwe seems to have begun sometime in the 11th century, the hill complex probably being the earliest area of occupation. At first, the walls were relatively crudely built and similar to other contemporary sites of the Leopard's Kopje culture. Situated on an ecological crossroads where many climatic areas meet, Great Zimbabwe may have begun as a trade fair. Soon enough, however, a royal family definitively established themselves and their retinues on the hilltop, with everyone else living down below, much like Mapungubwe before. Infrastructure here was impressive. All the necessary water, food and building materials had to be painstakingly brought up the hill in order to support the elite. And they were supported for centuries, for the ruling class and royal family controlled the flow of wealth and the influx of gold. On top of the hill, supplied with beer and vegetables from local producers, and milk and meat from royal herds kept moving around the country, the rich were most certainly kept apart from normal people. Though pieces of iron ore were found in a cave on the hill complex, as well as the remains of smelting furnaces nearby, commoners were not usually allowed up here, for this was the royal burial place of kings. For most people of the
of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SRBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SRBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SRBC. Sierra Leone is a country on a new path, a new path of development, a new direction. As we awake.
Hello and welcome to the program Constructive Nationalism, live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television and other social media platforms. The program that reminds citizens about the need to put country first by being loyal and committed to its well-being. This is Constructive Nationalism and I am Sheku Smiler. Well, in today's edition of the program Constructive Nationalism, we are going to discuss Sierra Leone's role in the reform of the United Nations Security Council. The reform of the United Nations Security Council is going to be our topic of discussion in this edition of the program Constructive Nationalism. Well, just a brief background to the United Nations Security Council. The United Nations Security Council was created in 1945 under the United Nations Charter. Security Council resolutions are binding on all countries in the United Nations, with 10 elected members and 5 permanent members. China, France, Russia, the United States of America, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Well, let me just go over the 5 permanent countries on the United Nations Security Council. China, France, Russia, USA, the United Kingdom, well, excluding Africa, the continent with over 1.5 billion people, and also 40% of votes at the United Nations General Assembly. This historical injustice inspired African leaders to demand for the reform of the United Nations Security Council, selecting Sierra Leone as the chair of the committee of 10 African heads of state and government for the reform of the United Nations Security Council. The campaign has gone on now for almost 2 decades, with Sierra Leone still on the chair. But what progress Sierra Leone has made so far in the reform campaign of the United Nations Security Council? Well, that is what we are going to discuss in this edition of the program. But first, let us just try to look at the council itself. How did it come about? Even though I've made some introduction, but let's just have a picture of how the United Nations Security Council came to be, in a way, an animation on how the council itself came into being and how strategic it is for world peace and for the entire United Nations, including all its members, Sierra Leone being no exception. So this is Constructive Nationalism, live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. I am Sheku Smiler.
Sierra Leone is a country on a new path, a new path of development, a new direction. As we awaken to a new sense of patriotism and pride as Sierra Leoneans, the SRBC brings together enlightened senior citizens with much experience to help steer Sierra Leoneans on the path of a defined course of pride and consciousness, a constructive nationalism. So, join the SRBC for the program Constructive Nationalism. Come and let's build Sierra Leone every Saturday at 3 p.m. on the SRBC. Constructive Nationalism on the SLBC.
Well, I'm back, and the program you're still watching is Constructive Nationalism, live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television and other social media platforms. Well, you can be part of us by joining us on our Facebook page, SLBC Television. This is Constructive Nationalism, as I said, before going for a very short break. The topic of discussion today is the role of Sierra Leone in the reform of the United Nations Security Council. Africa is calling for 2 permanent seats in that council. Well, Sierra Leone was selected to be the chair of the council almost 2 decades ago. And as we speak, our president, President Julius Maada Bio, is the chairman of the Committee of 10 African heads of state and government and for the reform of the United Nations Security Council. But let us just now give you a picture of how the United Nations Security Council came to being and what is its mandate. So let us know that, as we have this very brief background to the council itself. I am back, and the program you're still watching is Constructive Nationalism. Like you've seen, you've just seen a great background to this council itself. The United Nations Security Council, which came into being after the Second World War in 1945. Now, Africa is calling for a reform of the United Nations Security Council. Over 1.4 billion people in Africa, and nearly 30% of votes in the United Nations General Assembly is Africa. So, why is it that Africa is not having a say or voice in key decision-making body, of the United Nations Security Council, where they take decisions as together to in the restoration of peace and order in countries? The United Nations Security Council has the responsibility to, in the first place, enforce and also keep the peace. But Africa is not having a representation. And Sierra Leone is the chair of the Committee of 10 African heads of state and government for the reform of the council. Now, in the first place, let me just introduce Honorable Bamichidi. We are expecting others to join us shortly. But let us look at the council itself, the United Nations Security Council, the reform, campaign that has been going on for decades now. Tell us, what's the progress made so far in this reform?
Thank you very much, Cheku. The progress made so far, it's a process. It is now we are asking for a seat. Just before the war, most of these African nations were under colonial masters through the partitioning. France, United Kingdom, and Germany. Then the war came in. They were not independent nation then, not sovereign state. So from that point of view, when they formed that council, if you notice, Germany is not included. That was a warring faction at the time. It was UK, and then UK and there's the 5 members. Now China came in very late, which means it was most of the things. Sierra Leone was very people in advancing China to get into that Security Council seat vacant, so they increased it. But the goalposts will shift as and when with some caprices of the Western donors, because we are all dependent. How can it be the mouths that feed you, then you're going to ask for permanency? So what they did was, skillfully they excluded Africa. It is now China has been brought in because of the Asiatic representing Asia. But you have India, which is another powerful nation, but it's not a member there.
Yes, for sure. But then, France and UK are calling, are in this campaign for India to be included in the United Nations Security Council. But that has not come to pass. That has not materialized at all.
The African want to spending it. They just encouraging us to, that's my honest opinion. Now we're asking for 2 permanent seats. It's like the transformation between when that fellow was said Blatter.
Said Blatter?
Yes. Yes. No. The FIFA.
Okay, the FIFA president.
It was then they started open the gate to accommodate Africa and bringing the games back here. So everything, is a process that you have to wait for time, and when they fail to accommodate you, because all the criteria, they said they can change it as and when necessary for their own comfort. And so by listening to the views of the African nation to be part of that member, I think they've gone that far to encourage us to be part of that number, so they can discuss it and see how best they can accommodate maybe 1. We ask for 2, maybe they'll give us 1.
But even the one, the seats we are demanding. I mean, Africa, owing to the fact that Africa is having over 1.4 billion people on this continent, and nearly 40% of votes in the United Nations General Assembly, is Africa. So.
But there's a catch there. There's a catch that veto power.
No, that is what I'm saying. But the veto, even the endorsement that was made by the United States for Africa to have this representation, veto was not included, and Africa had been demanding for 2 permanent seats with veto power, and veto has not been included. Even when at this year's hunger in New York, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, made his last appearance at that platform, yes, did support or endorse the representation of Africa in the United Nations Security Council. But the point is, he did not talk about veto, and that is what Pan-Africanist campaigners against neo-colonialism are saying. Yes, if you say yes, well, let us have 2 permanent seats, but without veto, we are nothing. So, yes.
But funny enough, they're just encouraging us to be part of a player, because don't forget now, look at the scenario that has well laid the foundation. Germany is not part of the United Nations, because they were the ones when they fought the war. This was League of Nations before, and then in this United Nations. Is Africa ready to take that mantle, that challenge? We are not ready. We are still donor dependent. All the institutions they are creating is to always suppress us. The IMF, the World Bank, all those lending institutions is for us to be under the. It is now, like what is happening right now, that in the Francophone area, that there is a little bit of sort of resentment from the people to pointing out the overburden France were doing to them, that they want to back out. But then, look at what is happening again. All their foreign exchange or what their reserve goes to the Central Bank of France. and then they don't let us back on the loan, and then they suppress us. So what till you have that radical shift, we're not going to go anywhere. This is just a cosmetic thing to allow our voices.
Come to you now. Let's say, for example, it has been agreed, and we're having endorsement as Africa. When I say we, I mean Africa, from the United States, because even a few days ago, when the U.S. president was addressing UNGA, 97th session, he did endorse, this call by Africa for permanent representation in the United Nations Security Council. But he did not mention, veto. Even when the United States representative, at the UN, Madam Griffiths, when she was endorsing Africa, this call for the permanent seats, she did not mention, veto. We shall come to that later. But let me just inform you that we've just been joined in the studio by Reverend Bilakabu, a communications and specialist, and also he works for the NCD. Now, Reverend, in today's edition of the program Constructive Nationalism, we are going to discuss the role of Sierra Leone in the reform of the United Nations Security Council. And we know that Sierra Leone is having the chairmanship, the council, headed by no less a person than the president, a committee of 10 African heads of state and government for the reform of the council. Well, the council itself, since its formation in 1945 under the United Nations Charter, the Security Council resolutions are binding on all countries in the United Nations, with 10 elected members and 5 permanent members. For example, China, France, Russia, United States, United Kingdom, the 5 members. But in Africa, with over 1.4 billion, people on this continent, and almost 40% of votes in the United Nations General Assembly is Africa. But Africa is not having any say when it comes to very critical issues that will have to deal with peace, security, global peace and security. Because it is at the United Nations Security Council that some of these decisions are taken. Africa is not represented. So first and foremost, let's talk about the progress Sierra Leone has made, or Sierra Leone in the first place being the chair of the Committee of 10 African Heads of State and Government for the reform of this council.
Thank you so much. It's an interesting conversation, and I am really happy to be here. We, as a nation, we've come a long way, and it's a great feat, call it a great achievement on the part of a small nation like Sierra Leone to even head the C10, not to talk about championing the reform of the UN, that August body or assembly where all decisions are made. It's such a laudable venture, and there are times you are forced to ask some critical questions. Why is it headed by Sierra Leone C10? What is happening? Why? Who is shirking some responsibility, or what is somebody running away from? That as a small nation we can take such huge responsibility. You have bigger nations in Africa, and of course we know that even though we are a small nation, we still play an important role or